kind of nice. I looked up, no copyright, beautiful Japanese and Chinese music. So relaxing. Are you relaxed? Anyway, anyway, as I was saying, hello, it's Rufio. I've been trying to think of what I wanted to do today. Could work on the talking dictionary. I need to get some interview prep done. It's like answering questions to study. What else do I need to do? I could also, I started this React Scrimba course. Could do that. Could work on the React Scrimba course. I think I'm gonna be working on interview questions unless someone needs. Hey, Bunster! I saw you post in the Discord, but then it like disappeared before I could look at it. Did you ever figure out what you needed help with? How you doing? Also, would you rather watch me code the online talking dictionary or look up answers to technical interview questions? Which is what I'm leaning towards, but I'm happy to do whatever. I like this music. It's nice. It is relaxing, like the video says. But it turned down my computer a little. Hey PX, what's up? How's it going? You worked it out. Yes, he thought you'd take it off. Don't want to waste any of his time. Well, I'm glad you worked it out. Hopefully next time I can help you. Yeah, what do you guys want to see? Do you want to see the interview questions, or do we want to work on that damn contact form? I hate that contact form so much. Oh. It is Rufio, yes. I really like that. What's the difference between an emoji and an emoticon? Is it an emoticon? You're fine. How am I? How's my side? It is better. Still blurry. Still probably going to have everything be extra large and still squinting. Probably leaning forward quite a bit. But I think it's getting better-ish. Still blurry though. But I drove today, which, you know, may have been a not that smart of a thing, but I was fine. No crashes or anything. I could even kind of read the signs. Oof. Oof, everyone. Look at this like nice picture for this music we're listening to. Wait a second, let me make it. See, isn't that a nice picture? I would like to go to this area of China. Pretty nice. Thanks, PX. I appreciate it. Okay. It is. I don't actually know where it is. I wonder if it will tell us the... You know, actually, apparently it's a Japanese music. You know, I don't know. I feel like that's a picture of China, but... We'll give it a like. Thanks, person. Okay, so... I'm just gonna work on interview questions because I started interviewing for jobs. But again, if y'all want to see anything else like the online talking dictionary, let me know. Just keeping a little bit open, depending on what people want. Interview. Oh no, I need to go to docs. Great. Okay, hold up. Squinting. I'm gonna use Dom, who's another follower. They made a really great document where they had all these sources for all the answers to the questions, but then I also need to have my original one opened because I don't know which ones I've done yet. So hold up, docs. Okay. I need to start at media queries. Alright, y'all. Seriously though, what is the benefit of using in a media query min width versus max width, but also like using both? How do you use both? Like, I still don't get it. That was a big problem last time for me. Which is kind of weird, but you know, it's okay. There I am. There we are. This one is the one I want. I'm just gonna be adding them to Anki. I used to say Anki, but people say Anki, so you know, that's okay. I have so much I need to say. Do not judge me, okay? Shh, shh, no one knows. Don't, I can't cover it, but don't look at the green or any of the numbers. Don't look at the numbers. Shh. Okay. And then I open this page up, start our little timer, and then we will copy this. Senior developer and you can't succeed in this type of question. Really? That makes me feel a little better. I hate it so much. Me too. Cry. Oh, it's too small though. I can't see. Yes. So big. Much wow. So the question was, can you give an example of an at media, wouldn't it be a media query? Unless we're saying the at. It's okay. Grammar, English. Ooh. Media property other than screen. Isn't print, like print and speech? I just watched a video right before this, which is how I know this. Wow, I can't believe that. That's crazy. I'm so sorry about that. Hey though, thanks for hanging with us. We're doing interview questions. There's print, there's speech, there's... There are definitely more than that. I know that. Is this, what is this? At media property. Where's my little thing that shows me how to look at more of that? Like my little control F. There it is at the bottom there. Partially hidden. Love that. Ugh. Right, well that sucked. Media query properties. How are y'all doing this fine Thursday? Excited for the weekend? I'm going skiing tomorrow. I'm not sure how to feel about that, honestly. But, you know. Yo, okay, well, I'm just gonna go with these two, because I don't know. CSS add, cool. I'm just gonna cross it off on my other screen. So on Google Docs, it lets you do strike through, but it says if you go to format, you go to text, and then you go and you can strike through. But it says if you use Alt-Shift-5, it will work. It doesn't. It's lying. Just saying. Fine, just working. You know, that's both nice and not. Like, it's nice to have a job, but you know, work. Hope the rest of work goes well for you, though. Not boringly. Is that a way to... Can you adverb that? Isn't that what that's called? I'll be honest, I never learned English grammar. Isn't that, like, special? I feel like that's special. gotchas? Wow, I don't fully understand this question. What are some of the gotchas for writing efficient CSS? Punctuation? I don't know. Well, look, they have some stuff here, which is rendering performance. What is a gotcha? What is the definition of a gotcha? Writing small classes so they're reusable. As in, like, they're more general and not specific? Or am I understanding you correctly? I just hate how this is written, honestly. I don't think you can look up the Alright, we'll do it. We'll stretch. Also, have y'all noticed that my, like, elbows hyperextend? Can you see that? It's, like, not a straight line. Kind of weird. But I'm stretching. I hope y'all are stretching, too. Did you? Did you stretch? Stretch. I feel like it's only my elbows that need stretched. I don't know. I'm gonna turn around like this. Definitely just popped my back, so there's that. Also, y'all, I got a new chair. It kind of has a sad backstory. My mom's friend died, but I did get her chair. Okay. General trial for reusability. And is that what a gotcha is? Like, just stuff you should know when you're writing effective CSS? I feel like I said that really weirdly. CSS. I like it though. Make small classes for reusability. Cool. Cool. Things that could trip you up if you didn't know it or weren't paying attention to it. Oh, you know, that was very helpful actually. Punctuation, putting the semicolon can really screw you up. Like, it's aggravating actually. Making sure. Is that called punctuation? You have the right. Like semicolons. Let me think of what else. Small classes, like you said, hit song, punctuation, using the right attributes for what you're trying to do, maybe? Like using color versus background color, for example, maybe. Also, I'm gonna put it, I forgot what I just said, but I'm gonna put it, I said, oh, using the correct attributes. Color versus background color. Right, it's hot. Okay. Alright, that looks great to me. I'm gonna cross it off on my other screen. What are some advantages or disadvantages of using CSS preprocessors? I don't know what a preprocessor is. What is a preprocessor? Well, the MDN will be good for this, I think. Okay, nope, just me opening up random web pages. It's a program. Lets you generate CSS. I've heard of those, but I haven't, like, I don't know anything about them. Ah, yes, I've heard of these. Features. So it's CSS, but with some extra features in order to make it more readable and easier to maintain. Is that right? And what is the difference between a preprocessor or a compiler? Knowledge, learning. Wow, this is what I need right now. It is the most mature, stable, and powerful professional grade CSS extension language. It's an extension language, so it just extends, like it gives it more features to make just more usability. It just extends the usability. Yeah. Makes sense, I think. Sorta. Wait, what am I getting wrong? Oh my goodness, it's too small. Okay. Where do people teach this, or do you just kind of like learn it by yourself? Clear, nested, and visual hierarchy. Oh. Oh. Look, it just got rid of the brackets. Adds features you wish CSS had, and when you're done, combines it down to normal CSS. And it makes it more readable, looks like. These appear to be do different things, but in punctuation. And this makes it so you don't, everything doesn't like freak out when you don't put like a semicolon, I think. Okay. This seems like something I should be learning. Is Tailwind CSS a preprocessor? Or is that just like Sass and less? So the advantages are oops, I know how to type. Gives you extra attributes. I can spell. What? Extra attributes. Easier to read. Right, maybe? Man. Okay, so what is the difference between those two things? Preprocessor, it just gives you some extra stuff. You can write it and then it looks at like CSS later. But a CSS framework is like CSS remix? Is that? I feel like that's what I understand of frameworks. It's not a very good understanding, obviously, but Also, I think there's like a straight up like a workbook for this. Like front end workbook. Huh. Describe what you like and dislike about the CSS preprocessors you have used. Framework is a collection of pre-written crap that just makes your life easier. Oh. Well, that makes sense. Whereas a preprocessor, it's just slightly easier to write it without the pre-written crap. Pretty sure that's like the official terminology too. Front end interview work. Oh. I don't remember what it's called. Is it like a GitHub repo? Actually, I think if I look for like the actual question, it will show up. Preprocessor is a program you can use, but it's not giving you any pre-written crap. You use it on what you write. Okay. I think I'm understanding. Think so. Oh, so this is not being helpful. There's a site. There's a site. Oh dear. I don't think I have it saved, because of course I don't. I don't use like any of these though, so there's that. And that's good, you know. Come on. Where's the thing I'm looking for? I feel like they might be at the end of this document. Or it might be at the end-ish of this. It is not. Alright, well. Preprocessors your ability to speed read by skipping words. Frameworks is the spark notes. Okay. I think I understand. As in, like, the framework takes the hard work out of it. The Shakespeare that no one can understand. There's no way I would have made it through, like, high school English without spark notes, let's be real. Speed read by skipping words. So one is just faster, one is easier. I think I understand. Thank you. Easier to read and write. Well, what are like the disadvantages? It's hard for me to know that, not having ever used a preprocessor. I don't feel like this page told us like at all what like what's it called? What a disadvantage would be. Well, Adam Silver has some opinions. Debugging is harder. because there are no line numbers. That would suck. Debugging is twice as hard as programming. Yes. In my limited experience, yes. That is true. That's weird. Compilation can slow down development, which is interesting because isn't the whole purpose of a preprocessor to speed stuff up? Seems counterintuitive. Sorry. Whether we should save the generated CSS or not is something we don't agree on as a community. Why would you use it then if you don't save what it generates? What is the benefit if you're not going to even use what it gives you? There's still a knowledge gap. Knowledge gapping in here. Gap in my knowledge. What about variables, mix-ins, and nestings? They can mimic it. Well, this I feel like has convinced me that I don't want to use these. Then again, I didn't look up the official advantages of using it, so maybe I'm just biased in a certain direction. So because of the compilation step, line numbers are irrelevant when trying to debug the code, which would suck. Disadvantages. Hard to decode because due to compilation. No line nums. Cool. Let's do another one. Still don't get this. Why would you use it if it slows down development? If it's supposed to speed up development. Super. Well, then what is this thing telling me? It says line numbers are irrelevant when trying to debug our code. I feel like the problem here is that I'm trying to understand something I've never used. Yikes. There are line numbers, which means that this doesn't make any sense. So that's good. And an SCSS. Okay. But what's the purpose of doing that if it makes debugging harder and slows down development? It's my ears itchy, sorry. Because of my hat. Because of the conversion, the line numbers. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Adam Silver being not easily understandable. Okay, so due to compilation, line nums differ between twin and files. Cool. So a source map is generated that points the line numbers of one to the other. This thing said something about a source map that it's like it's solution, but they need to be set up and it doesn't work in all browsers. All major browsers support this, so your console points to the right line number in the right file. Huh. A source map. So this is just like, we'll just like delete that, right? They need to be set up. And then it slows down development. Let's check. It's from 2015. Should I look at something that's newer than that? Oh, tech. Always getting better and changing and stuff. We'll look at one that isn't from 2015. How about the coder who dreams in 2020? It's nice. I like this picture. Ah, that is the one we're using. That question. It's what we're using. Also, my goodness, it's actually making the sound. It's not been doing that. Alright, break time. Break time. I woke up like 2 hours earlier than normal today. And my body's like, yo, that was not normal. What is wrong with you? And why didn't you sleep more? It's fine. My throat is so dry today. Where I live, we get inversions. So we live in a valley, and then the shit air gets trapped in the valley. And it's like shit air from both China and California. So that's cool. And like the air is just like absolutely awful, and you can see it, and it's like fog, but like pollution fog. So yay. And that's why I'm gonna blame my super dry throat on that. So alright, I'm gonna look away from the screen for like 20 seconds. Look at it. Look at the behind me, which is not very interesting, honestly. The like architecture of this house is really weird. This is a bar, like a baby bar over here. But I don't know, it's weird. We don't use it as a bar. We don't really drink. It's weird. Alright, I think that's 20 seconds. And then there's like a baby door here for the person who used to live here who had small children who wanted to go to the bar. I don't know. And you know, I'm too lazy to take it down because it's not hurting anyone. That's just where I store my bike. Ooh. Excuse me. How much of this song do we have left? I will check. It's only like an hour long. We have like 15 minutes left, and then we'll have to find new music. I definitely went in I got in like a, what's it called, a rabbit hole the other day where I started looking up like lesser commonly played instruments, at least in America. And one of them was the erhu, the Chinese. Like, it's very distinct. I can't mimic it, of course, but suddenly I wanted to play it, and I don't know if that's a wise thing. Because then I also wanted to play the lute and the... I don't know, there were a bunch of other things. And penny whistle, things like that. I don't really play music. Like, I know how to, but I haven't played any musical instruments in at least 5 years, so... Ooh. Y'all do anything fun for the weekend? is it Coder who dreams and not like Coder who learns? Hey Haru, thanks for the follow. Wait, what did I say? Hit song that you're responding to? I definitely forgot. Hey, what's up? Are you part of the new cohort or the old cohort? Welcome to my stream. Cool. Do you need any help with anything? Happy to help if you need any. What are you doing this weekend? As little as possible. Alright, okay. What does as little as possible look like? Does it look like you're staring at a wall? Are you playing video games or making a food or sleeping or something like that? Making a food. I can speak English. What? As of right now, Haru, we are just taking a break and then we're doing interview questions, so. 3 commercial time? Shit. I am so sorry. Why doesn't it tell me? Just chilling, got done with the BBC page. Looks like ass, but it works and you understand everything you're doing. Just waiting for the class to start now. Nice. Alright, we're going. Okay. How was it? How did you like it? How are you understanding the class so far? I definitely was like, yes, I'm going to watch every class and be there. And then I stopped because I'm interviewing for jobs and stuff right now. So got slightly different priorities. And then once I get a job, then I'll hopefully be a lot more involved. So, all right. We're talking about CSS preprocessors, which is, it's okay. We kind of understand them. Kind of. Sort of, kind of. How do I control these commercials? How do I control that? This is something I'm looking at now, even though I'm supposed to be studying. Shh, don't tell me. Apparently the Rolling Stones is on Twitch right now, so that's cool, I guess. Maybe. Okay. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, from what I can see so far, it is not really giving me access to much, honestly. Like, it's not even letting me raid in the stream manager on, what is this thing called? Twitch. Stream and Steam are very similar, and they're both on the computer, and the similar words, and this is very confusing to me, to be honest. Anyway, sorry about the commercials. Maybe if I ever get that many followers, I can control it and make them less of a pain in the ass. Yeah, I don't see it on Stream Manager. I see the Prime subscription, Loot Reminder, and Streamlabs, and that's all it's letting me control. Which is weird, but you know, fine. Okay, well. Alright. Let's do this again. Here. I just closed it. Let me open it again. Do you stream her? There it is. It has to be really big because I'm like partially blind right now, but oh, now it's doing it. It wasn't letting me access this before, just so you know. You saw it on 2015 to 16. What do you stream? So now I can raid. Manage goals. 60-second ad, not letting me. Follower only chat. CSGO. Wait. Yes, that doesn't say G. I'm not that blind apparently. Wait, I don't know anything about CSGO. Can you tell me about it? Like, I don't know anything. Is it computer science? No, that is not what I was thinking. Okay. My brain's like, computer science, Go programming language. Yes. Counter-Strike Global Offensive. I think Leon plays that one a lot. And he's like really good at it or something. I don't know though. I've never been able to get into first-person shooters, honestly. I don't don't know why. I like stories, that's why. He mentioned. Maybe, I think one of his prizes, rewards, or whatever you can redeem is fighting him in like Pokemon. Maybe he would let you do that in the Counter-Strike. Go is what you're working right now. Isn't Go like for like Apple stuff? Yes? Apple stuff? Right, we found a new article that wasn't from 2015. I remember. Easy to... Oh, it's backed by Google. Yeah. What? I knew that. No, I didn't. That would make sense. Google, G-O. You know, I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know either language, so... Benefits of being a baby coder. Go Google. Makes sense. Swift, I assume, is Apple. That's cool as well. Easy to automate repetitive tasks, reduce the number of errors, and allows to create reusable code snippets. Alright. Well, that's interesting. What does this do? It just makes it a variable? Huh. SCSS. That seems like it would be nice to not have the brackets and the semicolon. But it just seemed like that much work to just do normal CSS in this case. It's direct and offers less flexibility. Can add variables and functions, which facilitates easier and efficient development. Hierarchy. Huh. My computer started sounding very stressed out. And I have variables in traditional CSS. Wait, you gotta put a space between the dot and the comma in the first part. But I'm happy to look at the link once you do. Sometimes I wonder if I should just disable that, but like it's there for a reason, like so that I don't get like spammed by like, I don't know, bots or something, I don't know. And what's the first part, sorry? Twitch broke for you. What happened, Hood Intruder? Also, hey. Keeps freezing. Shit. Is it your internet or is it for sure Twitch? Man, it's giving you a hard time. Blocked it out again though. Oh my god. I am so sorry. Pet Intruder, maybe restart your computer. Beyond that, I don't know exactly. How are you getting commercials? You haven't got a single one, you don't run an ad blocker. I don't know. I don't know why you're getting so many commercials. That's really weird. That's like, these are 5 now for you. Nothing worked. You did try to restart your computer though, Hooded Intruder? Well, I'm sorry about that. You did everything? And it's not something you download. Did you try another browser? Maybe? Can you download Twitch onto your computer? Maybe that would help. Is it a desktop app? I don't know. I don't think so though. I hope you don't have malware. Hit song. Ooh, joining the style sheets. Did that too? Oh, I think our music stopped. Hold up, y'all. Our music stopped. It was good music though. Can't play that music. It is not copyright free. It still buffers, but and you tried to like lower like the quality settings, like to I don't know if since I'm not like a what's it called, a partner, if it will let you lower the settings, but maybe just really shitty visuals. Hack. Again, you overestimate my coding abilities. Malware makers tend to avoid Linux, luckily. What is the benefit of Linux? No copyright. Does anyone know how to help Hooded Intruder? I can only think of like lowering your quality settings, changing browsers, restarting your computer. Maybe you could re-download a browser. That's really weird. Ugh. Which buffering a lot. That is what I'm gonna look up to help you. But you said you've done a lot of stuff. Wait a second. Hurry, you have to do a space between like the dot and the comma and the body of the URL for it to show up. Also, what is the link that you're sending to me? Check your antivirus software. Disable your VPN. Change your DNS. Deleted your cache. Close background applications like Steam. Okay. Wait, give me the link again, but this with the space between the dot and the comma and the body of the link. Used to clear your cache like it says, you're right. Disabled unnecessary browser extensions. Hardware acceleration. I don't even know what that is. Alright, looking at it. So I need to turn back on the music. I haven't found new music though. Gotta find some copyright free music. It's telling me unless I have a time machine, that content is unavailable, which is silly of it, isn't it? You did all of that. I found some music. It's only 6 minutes long though. Fuck me. But it's gonna go right into lo-fi beats. I am an affiliate though, I think. But I can look at something, I don't know. I'm so not sure how to help you, Hooded Intruder. Have you tried watching it on like a different device, like your phone, maybe? I don't know, my voice went so high. Maybe? Count settings? Nope. Ouch. Video producer. You said settings revenue. Ads. Allow subscribers to watch your content ad free. To have that. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. But did you try it on like a different device? Alright, well, keep pre-roll ads. Your phone works just fine, your TV. Maybe that's how you need to watch it then. Alright, I'll mess with the ads later. Confusing. It's fine. Anyway, back to CSS preprocessors. Yay. This website is making more sense though. I'm pushing multiple ones into one. It's cool. Combines style sheets into one. Like variables, mix-ins. Shouldn't this be like mix-ins like that? Mix-ins and functions. Easier to read and write. Compilation takes a long time. Second time saying that. Still confusing to me why people would use it if it takes so long to compile, so that's exactly what it's trying to not do. Oh, the compiler runs every time you make file changes. Huh. Well, why is it being so dramatic if it's saying a long time? Seems that you can't run the stream in 60 FPS, but 2 days ago you had no problem. I wonder if it was like a Twitch update or something. I don't know. I haven't really been watching people, so I can't tell you my experience. Whoa, I wrote that very specially. Runs every time you make change. Produces big files. I believe it. I'm sorry you have to deal with that, hooded intruder. Sucks. I wish I knew how to help you. Well, this looks like an adequate answer to this. Yes. Cool. Alright, next one. Let me find it. Cross it off my list. There's something about crossing something off your list where you're just like, yes, you know? It's very... I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say, so I'm not going to. Alright, describe what you like and dislike about the CSS preprocessors you have used. Laughs and hasn't used any preprocessors. We're skipping that question. How would you implement a web design comp that uses non-standard font? What is a web design comp? What are these questions? Gotchas, web comps. What is a web design comp? Hey, it's a real thing. A comprehensive is a mock-up of a website in progress that helps clients It's a web design. So just like a design that uses non-standard fonts. You just find it on Google Fonts? Is that a good answer? No. How would you implement a web design comp that uses non-standard fonts? I need the meme, or like one of those memes that's like has like a person with like a face like this, like, and then it says confusion on it. Can't ever watch over 720p 60 streams anymore on this device that you're watching on, but you can on your TV and your phone apparently. Well, that's good. Glad I have some stuff to make it more. These questions are dated. These are issues we had designed 10 years ago but have been long solved. You're saying I'm doing these questions for no reason? Where do I get questions that I can study for interviews that aren't dated? So don't even answer this question is what you're saying. Yeah? How do you fix this? It's so bullshit. I'm sorry. Like Twitch is trolling you. Twitch is like, let's just fuck with some users. How about Hooded Intruder? Yeah. I shouldn't be making light of this. I'm sorry. I can't say that word. Sorry. Sorry. What the hell? Why is it doing this to you, Hitsong? Oh my goodness. Now, Haru, you got an ad? It sounds like Twitch is trolling two of you here. Hooded Intruder in that it won't let you play high quality or good FPS, and Hitsong that it's given you like 6 ads so far. 6 ads? That's crazy. It's crazy how many ads. Twitch is pranking you. It's like, haha. Money. So, I shouldn't answer this question. I should just skip it. It's not relevant anymore. Where do you get the questions that are relevant? I wish it would give me the ads too so I could just like stop talking and know when it starts again, you know? I don't know. Maybe if I like, I don't know, like watch me on the side. So I should do this question is what you're saying? This confusing old dated question about comps. Maths G. Holy small. Answer. Cool. Love that answer for us. Very good. You will say when you interviewed designers, these are not the type of questions you would have asked. Well, what about developers? Is a developer going to get this question? Is this something I should be studying? Because I'm not interviewing for web design positions. I don't really like this song. Music. Design music. Found it. We gotta find new music, y'all. This is boring. Boring music. Tavern music? How about that? Or is that too much? You have to tell me if this is too much. Yes. We need more of this music in our lives. Do y'all just like hear music and just like dance? I do. It's not even like intentional actually. God. Dom highlighted the ones that they didn't know how to answer, and maybe that's why, because it's old. Maybe we should skip it. Maybe we should determine the elements that match a CSS selector. Honestly, that depends on where you're interviewing. We always had designers who were also developers. She designed the pages, but were responsible for building it out. So I guess the question I should ask is this something I should answer? Because I feel like the way to answer this would be like, look up Google fonts and just like add it in. And I don't know if that's a good answer. Okay, so I should answer it. Was that answer a good answer? Is there something else I should be saying instead? I think about like Figma, and then you can add Google fonts in there. Also, it's break time, so. Okay! It's so loud. Big time. So should I, like, try and implement a web design comp that used non-standard fonts in that case? That's what I thought. I thought you could just go to, like, Google Fonts and just, like, grab that. Google Fonts. You're just like, hey, this one's curvy and I cannot read it. Wow, that is a pain in my eyes, literally. Anyway, but then you just go, woohoo, and then you grab it and it's nice. Like that, right? I like this song. Wouldn't it be bomb to like go to like a medieval tavern and just like have a party? I wish we still had that. Yeah. I don't even know what bars were like before COVID. I never went. And I don't know if they were like the same vibe as you like see in books and stuff. Probably not, because it's like fantasy books are fantasy. You know how it goes. Hey, Simple. These, I'm not sure. They're just the questions my teacher gave me, so I guess they should be entry level, but I don't know. Are you seeing, like, are you guessing that they're a certain level? Let me know. I don't know. Have y'all seen the movie Knight's Tale? It's a pretty good one. Kind of reminds me of this. Also, like, the King's something book. It's, like, really long, and it's about a dude named Kvothe. It's what this reminds me of. They're very, very basic, no offense, and I don't think anyone ever asked these questions. So, out of curiosity, where should I be getting questions instead that are asked and not very, very, very basic? Although I am interviewing for, like, entry-level stuff, so there's that. Alright, let me look it up. I do have my GitHub just like pinned here. I don't feel like that makes me full of myself, but maybe it does. Dev. Full stack dev interview questions? Maybe. It didn't like it. It's fine. Well, I thought that was a good one. Here we go. Alright. This one has 2.2k people who love it. Maybe we'll love it too. $2021. Whoa, that is a lot of stuff. Wait, I don't know all this stuff. And I don't know if I should know all this stuff as a beginner. Maybe I should go the one that said JavaScript. Maybe not. I don't know. Hey, I was setting these though. I was. Found that when I went into. You don't need to know it all. But then how am I going to be over prepared? Honestly, I've been putting a lot more effort into the behavioral questions, but I thought I should probably do some more with the technical questions. I don't know. Wait, put a space between like the first part of the URL and the dot in the com. So it will not block it out. Simple. Y'all, the water from my house kind of tastes awful. I've noticed this in the last few days. I don't know what's up with it. I should probably just like make tea or something so it doesn't taste so bad. And I do get, hey Simple, thanks for following. And I do get hydrated or something. Right, we're almost there. The best way to apply for jobs is by getting experience through okay. Calm down, application. Okay. Getting experience through freelancing, you believe. Huh. Like as in like you freelancer people and then like, hey, this person's pretty tight. Hire them? Like that? Also, like, I don't know the best way to get into freelancing, honestly. Like cold calling people? I don't know. Hey PX, welcome back. I hear that Upwork is oversaturated and it's hard to like get any jobs through Upwork. Where were you at, PX? Hell yeah, I'm feeling this music. And what click JavaScript chick. What, this is all it has? It's interesting. I was asking where you'd been. You know, I don't know all of this, so that's something. Oh, how nice. Showers are nice. Hope it was a nice shower. Did you move into your new house yet? I don't think I like this one. I think I'm gonna leave. Goodbye. Too hot. This was your third? Holy shit. So a cold shower then, huh? Wow. You've never asked about prototypes? Interesting. I definitely have like studied some stuff about prototypes and like object-oriented programming versus something else. You know, I definitely good memory. You know me. Sorry. Choking on my spit. Yes, I think you are right. Homeless. I think it is prototype inheritance. Good for me. Brains. Love it. I do study somewhat, I promise. Sort of. I know there's just a lot to do all the time. We don't need machine what? Oh, I thought that was like a skeleton man playing like a guitar or something. Also, do any of you listen to Muse? Out of curiosity. Oh yeah? Me too! Except, I don't know, I definitely have a lot I need to work on with object-oriented programming, honestly. Like, I learned it, but I never used it. You're good at copying and pasting code. Retweet! But explaining through it, you know? I actually hit the point, like, I was doing JavaScript coding challenges for, like, a straight year and, like, not getting any of them ever, but, like, working through it anyway. And recently I started doing them again, and I'm like getting them. I'm very proud of me. Progression. Coercion. Nice thing to work remote is to spend the day in comfortable clothes and take showers whenever you like. Should be even more nice if you had a pool, but sadly you do not have one. Dang. Sorry you don't have a pool. I was looking at this like house in Italy today, because, you know, I'm in the US, but one can dream. And they like had like a rock house, I don't know how to say it. And they had like a floor tub. It was very exciting. I kind of wanted that. You need that. But not heated, obviously. Also, y'all, I'm squinting because I'm like partially blind, so. But my vision does seem to be getting better, PX, because look, I can sit this far away from the screen, which is like, I can't, no, I can't. Anyway, it's far away and I can read it. Maybe these are good ones? Maybe? I don't know. Wait. Simple. What was the link you shared? Can you share it again, but with like the spaces so I can see it? Like it. Like it. Sounds like Witcher music. Witcher 1, which has become a very intense game suddenly. Record some parrots in your new home. Might send it to me next time. Your cell's out of battery right now. Hell yeah, I would like to hear them. Yes. I watched a video of a parrot saying to a banana today, and it looks like a banana. It was like the same color and like long and skinny. Is it front end at the beginning there that it blocked out? Simple. Pop quiz. Ooh. Wow, have you ever heard anyone be like, pop quiz? Ooh. I would never have done that in, like, formal schooling. Or is this interviewhandbook.com? No, it is not. Okay. Front end interview handbook. Okay. Front end interview handbook. Pop quiz. This is the thing I was looking for earlier. Thank you. This, the front end interview handbook actually works through these apparently antiquated questions. Perhaps you should put together a list of how you conduct interviews you've never been in nor seen prior into like questions like this. That would be so helpful. Like, I don't want to make you do any extra work, but that would be so helpful. Because I don't want to be preparing for something that, like, doesn't, you know, like, that I'm not going to be using. Do you have an interview next week? Maybe you should look into this handbook too. Here you go. I will share the link, but since I'm the streamer, it will actually show the whole link here. There you go. Thanks, Simple. But I'm pretty sure these are like the same questions as I was just using. Yeah, see, there's the gotcha question. Oh, very small. Make it bigger. Streamer privileges. Indeed. What does this face mean? What does that face mean? Is just like that face? Like. Board bugs. Are some of these useful? I don't even know. Question mark. Ow, my eyes. Y'all, I gotta put in eye drops. Got eye surgery. And eye drops. Hold up. Alright, now I'm crying. No worries. I had PRK, but close. And that's why it's still blurry, because it's blurry for a month. Yay. Some of this seems like it might be ass, maybe. It is, but it has less of a chance of dry eye. My brother got LASIK and he has like chronic dry, and he's like, I wish I had never gotten my eyes fixed. And I was like, whoa. Because my family has really shitty vision, so that's like saying something. Anyway, but yes, rough. Here we are. We're mostly through the rough part, I think. I can mostly read this from this far away. Granted, it is extremely large, but... And none of these are a good thing to be studying for. Oh, I didn't even see what you said. Here, wait a second. I gotta look at both of these things. Hold up. I see examples more than off the top of your head knowledge. So you ask, see crab we worked on, and asked you to tell us about it. And you agree. And Haru, you got LASIK on your left eye for nearsightedness, didn't touch your right eye. Use one for far stuff and one for close stuff. Wow, that's kind of cool. Homeless, I want to find work as a front-end, back-end, full-stack developer. I'm very open, so I'm trying to cover my bases. But Hitsong, in that case, what would be the best way to study for an interview if I'm not just supposed to be memorizing stuff? Love it. What do you think school taught me? It taught me to memorize stuff. Tell us about a problem you experienced and how you dealt with it. That seems to be more behavioral though, less technical. Or is it technical? I can tell you the behavioral questions I have in my deck. Oop. That's not going to be helpful actually. Rouse. Also, I have a bunch of, like, in my technical questions, I have a bunch of coding challenges. In code. So just, like, explaining, like, the problem in code. And that's the difference between the behavioral. That makes sense. But that just seems to me like all I can do to really prepare is just study my own code base. Something you didn't share about your PRK is you watched some videos on YouTube on the waiting room. The MD tried to lie to me like, I'll just clean your eyes, and you're playing your head. Nope, honey, you're fucking sanding my eye right now. I saw everything on YouTube. Not a smart move. Yeah, the surgery's actually kind of cool. I had watched it beforehand, and then when they were doing it, I was like, I know what's happening right now. This is where they put on the alcoholic solution, and this is where they scrape out the epithelial layer. It was very exciting. I don't know how you can push through when you get stuck. Okay. So it seems like the best way to practice in that case is just to code. Is that right? You agree, Simple? These are good knowledge to have. Thank you. That's not how you speak English well, but you know what? I can't think about how to say it better. Like, it's good things to know. There you go. Good to know. Good things to knowledge have. I don't know. It's fine. English is easy. Alright, well, in that case, maybe we'll do some coding or something. Maybe. Coding. Thumbs up emoji here. You don't like the one? Alright. What should we code? Rather, what should we code in the online talking dictionary? Placeholder. We can code. Alright, actually, let me just open it. Hold up. I want to listen to like party music where it can be like, you know. This is very calming music, and that's good too, you know. Hello? Load, baby. This is what I'm showing you right now. So this is my online talking dictionary. And it is not done, but it is a MERN app. Except for not React, actually. But everything else, yes. But what I need to do is my contact form. I'm having a little bit of trouble with OAuth to a node mailer. And then also the responsiveness of the site, which I was working on last time actually. A mean app. I've never used Angular. I don't know anything about Angular. Hey, Hitsong, thanks for all your help. Have a good rest of your day. But I need to do the contact. I need to make it more responsive. Oh, I wrote everything I needed in my little GitHub. Let me read it. And we can think about what we want to work on. Do any of you know how to do OAuth 2 though? Because if you did, like, that would be helpful actually. But I enjoy being here, even if you don't know how to do it, because it's very confusing. No one knows. No one knows. Alright, I said that I needed to do... Make it mobile friendly. Disable the search history. So, like, if you look here, you can see, like, all the things I typed here, you know? All the jobs nowadays do revolve around React, Vue, Angular, Svelte. Should pick one. So, been searching like hardcore for jobs in the last week. So many React jobs. Like, it's insane. So many React jobs. So I started learning React like a little on Sunday, but I haven't touched it since. But I have been meaning to do that. I just don't think it would be very entertaining to watch, like, me watch tutorials, you know? So maybe I'll do that on my off time. Then I need to make a button or link to access the input page and set up with auth. You would love it. Need to reorganize my code base into MVC format because it is a hot mess. PX knows. I need to add an update route, which I have not done. And a delete route, which I also have not done. But you guys want to see what it does? It's very exciting to me. So you type in fold. This is for a Native American language called Southern Paiute, by the way. Wow, I did not type that well. Shh, don't tell. Y'all, that was not what I was supposed to do. What did it? Hold up. That was weird. How did we get to the input? Weird. And that will get rid of the search history. Alright, let's open up the code base. Cool, thank you. Let's look at it. Ready to look at this hot garbage? Again, everything is very large because I have bad vision. And the form element, so the main part. This right here is the form. Wait a second. Stupid Windows 11. You see this? Like, I can't even reach it at the bottom here. Alright, now it's just full page, so that's good. What was I doing, though? There was something I was doing. Anyway. Input autocomplete off. Alright, I'll type it in. So much happening here. Hello? Alright. Input. Oh, never mind. Autocomplete. Off. Like that? Yes? I said that really loudly. No, it's not. Let's see if it works. Very exciting. Right now it's hosted on Heroku, but in the development it's this one. Cool. Now if we type it in again. Why does it do that? That's very weird. It's not supposed to do that. So that's something I need to add to the list of stuff to figure out. I think that's what I typed before. Nothing. Cool. But it's not... It worked. Thank you. Now I can check it out on my GitHub. Yes. Should we do... Oh, I didn't show you guys what it could do. Let me show you. It's because I typed it in incorrectly the first time. Let me turn on my nice... Or turn off my nice music. Turn up the audio. So you click it, and then you can hear it. Oh yeah. Tell me that wasn't the coolest thing you've ever seen. It was. Anyway, so that's it. But that is so weird. Why is it doing that? That is a big problem, I think. This is the input page. And turn the music back on. If we look at the input route... Whoa. Whoa. What is happening? Server. It just grabs the input. I just don't know why clicking back would open the input page. Got some really intense music for this. Okay, will she find the answer? Find out at 4 p.m. I don't know, something like that. It actually is almost 4 p.m. too, so if that worked, that would be great. For me. Almost 4 p.m. for me. Sorry, didn't mean to bonk that. It's still so weird. Probably the add entry. Hold up, what do I do? Where's my server? Post add entry. Here we go. So the redirect might be the problem, but not in that one. In the homepage get. Homepage get. Ah, and here's a lovely form that we love so much. I'd like to hide it. Not think about it and just cry. Okay, here we go. How would I address the when you click the back button? Because here it's searching for the word. It's been too long since I looked at this, y'all. Here we go. Hello. Beautiful. No, this is adding an entry, JK. I swear we had fancier code than this. Find one. Say res redirect. Res redirect. Looking up back button sends to different page. The thing is, that's not even my back button. Oh no, it's doing the thing. I told it not Because when we click this one, oh, never mind. This one, it's funky. It's the input page, the search results page. Thanks, Appa. It's fun. We love it. Alright, we just have to find the button. Not the gumdrop button. This is it. Oh my gosh, I literally put the input. No fucking duh. Why it's doing the dumb thing that it's doing. See if we fixed it. Okay, it's fine. Not quite. No, this is the main one, that's why. Okay. JK, y'all. JK. We're just gonna, this is just not working out for us. We're just gonna redo this. Also, break time, and obnoxious computer will not tell us to stop, so. Take a break. Stretch your arms. Hey, yawn. What time is it where y'all are at? I think this should work. I can't believe I had it redirect to the input. That was very silly of me. I only noticed now? 6 p.m? Oh, Eastern time, huh? It's 4 p.m. for me. I mean, it's probably getting dark for you, yeah? Probably not. It's not dark for me yet, but... 4 a.m.? No, not 4 a.m. I know how to speak words. 12 a.m.? It's very late. Homeless, where are you based out of? Are you getting enough sleep and taking care of yourself? Please take care of yourself. Europe. Cool. Got some other followers from Europe. But I feel like my time that I stream is really unkind to European and like Indian and basically anyone who's not in the Americas. It's so late in the day. But like, are you getting enough sleep? Are you taking care of yourself? Chapstick time, y'all. Cool. Alright, I gotta look away from the... You take good care of yourself? That is good. I hope you're not actually homeless. That would suck. It's very cold. But I'm glad. Another one of my followers, Hood Intruder, who was here earlier, they like have stayed up a lot in like the middle of the night. I worry about them. I want them to take care of themselves. Alright, looking away from the computer for like 20 seconds probably or something. And look at my very boring background. I kind of want to get like a green screen or something, but I also have no money, so I'm not gonna do that right now. The thing about looking away from the screen is you don't know when the 20 seconds have passed. I think they did. I think they passed. There we go. What temperature is it where y'all are at? It's pretty warm where I am. It should be colder. The only way you're looking from the screen is if you get a projector. As in, like, you can't look away from it, you're just not going to. Apparently you can get eye strain and stuff. I have special blue light glasses, but like you can see my little halo light if I put them on, so just not gonna. Take care of yourself though. Take care of your eyes. This decently cold, homeless. What country are you in? No, you're in Europe. So, real question. That's not a country, I know that. Netherlands. Is that average temperature in the Netherlands or no? Or is, like, climate change happening? It is happening here. It has not snowed in 2 weeks, and it is supposed to. We're in a desert that snows. And that is how we get our water for the year. And it's not snowing. Yay. Love it. It's warm now. It must be -2 degrees Celsius. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. What is winter like in the Netherlands? Is it like you snow or you snow? Does it snow or does it rain? Zappa, you're in the Eastern time zone, but where are you at? Are you in the US or Canada or in the other Americas? This is me going down the Americas, by the way. Ohio! I know nothing about Ohio except it's in like the Midwest. But that's not Eastern time, is it? I've had snow in the past and now you have no storm anymore. Time is changing. Yay, we love it! This is where you post like the little like the okay. The man who does this. No. Indiana's Eastern too. Huh. Okay, you're right. I'm going back. Okay. Keeping me on track, rude. I think I wrote that right. Wow, that is so hot, PX. Is that hotter than normal? Real question. Okay, wait. It did the right thing. We fixed it. Fantastic. Okay, what else were we supposed to do before I started like dancing? We could work on a update thing. It's just so hard. It's okay, we can do it. Believe in us. Believe in us, me. We just have to think about where. If we did an update page, we'd have to make a completely new page for updating and then make like a button or something. Yeah. And then would it look like the same as the input page? Like should it look exactly the same and then you just like re-enter something? How do I do this? Let me think about this. Ooh. Excuse me. How do people normally do like update pages? Update page. I am looking it up. Update page. Microsoft Windows Update. Wait, yeah, where do I look at pictures of this? Like, isn't there like a site where you can look at like what people have done previously to design a thing? I swear there is. Bro, too much yawning. Internet. You're not wrong. Some images of beetles invading houses in Argentina in the news last week. Oh, so hot that insects are running to the houses like a nightmare. South Brazil's fucking burning too. Oh, that sounds awful. Oh, jeez. I'm so sorry. Have you had beetles coming at you? Hopefully not. You're not in Argentina. What part of Brazil are you from? South Brazil or no? Other Brazil. Have you ever actually been to the Amazon? Or like there's like a huge chunk of like Brazil that I'd never hear about, which is like the interior. Anyway, I'm doing some stuff that is, yeah. Update page. They have cats that kill everything. I hear cats are good for cockroaches. If I live in a tropical place, you bet your ass I'm getting a cat. But then also, like, I feel like oftentimes cats go outside and then they get fleas, and I hate that. I don't want cats to have fleas. Ew. Also, lived in Indonesia, had cats. Cats would go outside. Once a cat brought in like a dead rat, so that was like, yum. Love that in my house. Update page design. We're looking it up. Update entry page. So, like, question. Let's say if we go to the input page here. Input. Should the, I don't know, it's so small. Should the update page look like this except have like whatever word it is and have a button to say like update, like click like edit or something? Should it be like that? I feel like that would make sense. Just trying to figure out how I'd implement it. Ooh, bro, why am I yawning so much? Stop it. Yeah? Okay. Maybe I'll copy most of this. HTML, CSS, that. Let's make a new one. Is music boring now? It's kind of boring, isn't it? The values in the fields pre-filled. How do you do that? With Mongo. Okay, we'll figure it out. I was doing a thing. CD. Hello? Okay, it's fine. Alright, we're in it. CD. Use. Touch. Update. Input. To pages. Update input page. How about that? I love it. I love the little dancing blurb. You can create a route to retrieve the data and then populate it in the template when it's loaded in the browser. Kind of like what I did with the GIT request I already have. Okay. This is okay. We're learning, right? I'm learning. We're learning. Cool. Didn't do it right. No, I did. Okay. Cool. I'm fantastic. Okay. This is not correct. And then we're gonna need to make a new style sheet. I don't know, I exited out of everything there. It was silly of me, wasn't it? Okay, we're back. And we're gonna do, no. CD, CSS. And then we say touch, input, update, input.css. Nice. Cool. Fantastic. Smart. Beautiful. I didn't know that. I thought you had to do the slash to get out. The more you learn, thank you. Update entry. Right. Now if we look up... We haven't made a route for it actually, so it's not gonna show us anything. Why is this here? How would it be by the input page? Hello, input? There you go. And well, so what is the slash for? Out of curiosity. Why have I seen that before and decided to copy it? I wonder. Hello? That makes sense. So I'm just combining them, I guess, huh? Input. Oh. Update. What if we just do update? That would be nice, right? Should just copied it. TBH. I wanna go to the update and page. Cool. Shall we check it out? It hated us. Okay. Why did you? Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong. Love my vision right now. Oh, never mind. It doesn't have to do with my vision, apparently. That was rude. I don't think I actually have it running, so there's that. Yeah, I don't. I feel like I resort to, like, insulting the computer when it's not the computer's fault, it's just mine. Beautiful. That is... Woohoo. It just got cold, yeah. But you wish you were cold, huh, PX? Ugh. So hard. Right. You said, unless you said... You create a route to retrieve the data and then populate it in the template when it's loaded. Yeah, wait a second, I have to take off these things so I can cough. Of course, I still bonked the mic anyway. Bunked. I'm so sorry. I was trying really to avoid that. Really trying to avoid that. Alright. Update input. Let's do... Actually, this is probably... I wonder if it would be like the same code. It, just this just gets the input page, but this is where you add the entry, so it's gonna be the exact same thing actually. I just copied it. So I want it to like, okay, sorry. So when I do a word or whatever, Maybe like... Where did it forget? That was rude. I love how many problems this has. Anyway, maybe like right here. It's like an update. Maybe when you click it, it says update. Or maybe the update should be accessed versus like an admin page, since not everyone should be able to update it. Why is this so hard for me to think about? It's probably because I wasn't initially intending on adding an update page to this, but it makes sense, like it does. I feel like I might, I maybe should make like an admin page where you can, that or just make the button only available if you're an admin, which has to do with auth that I do not have. Anyway, I guess we could just focus on the actual update page, regardless of how we get to it. Oh, I know why we were looking at how we got to it, because that would maybe carry over the information. Huh. Yes. I feel like we need to look at the GET request. Very simple code that I have a very vague recollection of writing. Send the information with a query parameter when you click the update button and populate that in the template. Let me think about what you just said. Can send the information. In which case I would need to make that button first, right? Bro, stop yawning. Wow. Okay. That would be in the... Let's dig in the word page. to show up. I can type stuff. Wow, I'm struggling. Section. Okay. Section. Or I could just do a button. Maybe. Button. Date entry. It shouldn't show up now already, should it? I feel like I need to do more. No, that was silly of me. I also want to make this like a link to go back to the home page, which shouldn't be that hard, but I haven't done it, so. Happy. Of course, it needs updated styling, but you know, at least it's there. Itchy ear. Right. So now we have this button. Send the information with a query parameter when you click the update button and populate that in the template. So that would require some just vanilla JavaScript, right? Like the button on click type thing? Or no? It runs function. Yes. Update button. Wait, did we do this already? Oh, we did. We just need to do a post. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's just update, right? Yeah? That's the method? Update. I could use the same root, I think, right? Not like that. I'm just trying to think. So you give it a reference, which makes sense. Straight on the button. Name. Wait, what is this song? Or is that important? The value of the name you populated with the right data from the EGS template. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. You just tag it on right here, yeah? Okay. It has to be the same name? Why is this so hard for me to think about? It's because I haven't done back-end development in a couple weeks. I'm gonna blame it on that. When the update root is called, then you get the query parameter values, and you populate this in the fields. Okay. We're just being silly and cutting it off. It's slightly better, but not much, honestly. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Yes, yes. Okay, it is a break. This is so hard for me to think about. I don't know why. So it's probably a good thing we have a break right now, yeah. Alright, so not only is it. Hey Zappa, thanks for subscribe. Oh my god, you're my first subscriber. Thank you. Wow, that I did not expect that. Ever, first ever. Hey Raz, thanks for following. Wow, I am like legitimately in shock right now. Thank you. If you install this kind of thing, then you'll find easy a job, and that's the problem, isn't it? Thanks for following as well, Zappa. Oh my goodness, Homeless, do you subscribe too? Y'all are like freaking spoiling me. Thank you. Wait, I'm so bad at reading. How do I say your name? It's Boek? Thank you for following. Y'all. I cannot handle this. Thank you. Shucks, y'all. Wait, I can put tears in my eyes. Watch. Keeps happening. Thank you for following. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank all y'all who just did all of that. Is it? It says that a hype train is closed. Web devs are a rarity on Twitch. We have to preserve as much as we can. Well, I appreciate it. Are web devs a rarity on Twitch? I didn't know that. Wow, I have like my little tears that I put in my eyes because eye surgery, but it definitely just got all over my fingers, so that's good. I guess there are lots of game devs. Yeah, on Twitch. Wow, that was wild, y'all. Thanks. I still can't get over it. Also, welcome, everyone. Anyway, I was saying, normally when I have a half an hour break after 2 hours of studying and doing the things that I'm doing, like this, my brain hurts. Anyway, I'll often go eat. I'm not really hungry though, so, or we can like watch YouTube videos, or we can chat, or you can watch me play Witcher 1, which has been special lately. It's very special. I'm just very conflicted about that game right now. There's some weird shit happening. Since you just joined, what are we up to here? On break right now, but I am attempting to make an update update function on my online talking dictionary for Native American language, just to update the entries in the dictionary. So that is what we're trying to do. Homeless is helping me out, and I'm sitting here like, I get this, but like it just like it takes me a while. Why are words so hard, y'all? Anyway, what would you all like to see is what I'm asking during our break. We're not going to be coding for the break because it is a break. You know how breaks go. But we can watch a video game or a movie, or we can chat, or we can, if anyone else has any ideas, let me know. Let me know. Whoa, where did the music go, y'all? It said video pause, continue watching. He didn't think I was listening to his 4 hours of tavern music. What? That's pretty silly of it. Alright, since none of y'all are saying anything, y'all want to watch some parrot videos? Because, like, I found a really great parrot recently. It's named Disco the Parrot. It's from 2013, which I remember 2013 very well, but, like, that was a while ago. Y'all! It's booked. Thanks for subscribing, y'all. And we got our first hype train ever. This is too much. Y'all are too much. Bless y'all. I keep saying that. Maybe when I get excited, I just say y'all a lot, huh? That's up to your billing zip. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate all of your support. And it's like a wow. I just whoa. That's what I have to say. Founder club indeed. I go from like 0 followers to, or I think I had like 67 followers I watched, but like I went from 0 subscribers to like I think 3, right? Wasn't it 3? There was just a lot happening. Founder club. Right on. You get that badge. If I had a little badge I had made, I would give it to you, but I don't. So here's the badge, honorary badge. But I did find a parrot recently, like I was saying. I really like parrots, y'all. If you haven't noticed by the little parrot gifs. But there's a parrot from 2013 that's a parakeet, which I've always thought were the dumbest birds. Not dumb, just boring. So boring. But it says so many words, and it's very exciting to me. It's very exciting to me. What's it called? Disco the Parakeet. Have any of y'all watched Disco the Parakeet before? It's like the most talented bird I've ever seen, I swear. Oh no. Okay, here we go.
Nobody expects the Spanish in it. Nobody expects the Spanish is it. Nobody expects the Spanish exquisite baby bird. Nobody expects position. What same expects the Spanish critter? Nobody expects the Spanish burger. Nobody expects the Spanish in. Nobody expects the Spanish exquisite bitty egg. Parakeet expects the Spanish critter. Nobody expects the Spanish exquisite baby bird. Nobody expects the Spanish critter. Nobody expects bitty egg. Nobody expects cheeseburger.
Nobody expects a cheeseburger.
Yes, I do. Nobody expects the Spanish it. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Apparently that's a quote from Monty Python, and I've watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Does that happen in Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition? Yes? No? Maybe? Nobody expects a Spanish inner. Nobody expects a hamburger. Can you tell I've been watching a lot of these? A lot of them. Also, they teach the, it's flying circus. It's Monty Python flying circus, or is there something called flying circus? Also, they teach this bird how to say things by just like doing it in a very interesting voice. So instead of nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, they go, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Oh, you know, I've never watched that. Should we watch it? Is it long? If it's long, we'll just watch more of these videos. Videos? Nope, that's wrong. Oh no, that's long. That sounds long. I'll have to watch it though. Anyway, it's a silly bird and I love it. And a lot of what it says is like indicative of 2013. Like it's called, it says, I'm disco and I know it. What's that sound like to you? Only the most famous song ever. It's so cute. And this is cute, but what if this was your pet and it did this all the time? Would that drive you crazy? I feel like it would drive me crazy. Bird. Indeed, this higher skill level than all the rappers. Also, it says, what seems to be the problem officer, but it just like skips it, and it says, what seems to be the professor, and I like that. I like it a lot. We got a level 1 hype train emote, y'all. 3 subs and 100 bits. Wow. I missed the bits. High five, everyone. Kapsh. Whoa. I did this and then the bird was quiet, and I know that's not related, but that was very confusing to me, actually. Choo-choo indeed. Choo-choo parrot. Choo-choo. Also, this is a great bird. Yeah, I want to see like my favorite parrot video of all time. I just have it like, I actually have the video memorized. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought everyone knew the bird is the word. Bird to your mother. I don't actually know what that means. What does that mean? All right, wait a second. Bed rat. No, I legitimately have this video memorized. It's the best. I love it. Now, what do you think its owners are saying? Like, what? They just like, football's on, Sarah! And then Sarah's like pissed off because Name is watching football, and she's like, go on then, walk forever, pork pie! And then also, if you're ever tired of working, is an excellent quote. You just say, I can't work! And just like yell it. There was apparently a dead rat in a bed at some point. It was a very dramatic event. Apparently! I've never thought about that, actually. Also, another dramatic event in the parrot's life is that the parrot punched Paul the rabbit. Poor bed rat. It got angry! There's another one, too. Same cockatoo. His name is Gotcha. And it's not as good, but it's a good video too. Apparently, some sort of a Sarah football incident. Sarah! Football's on, Sarah! Sarah's bitter, brooding about this. She's like, I'll just feed him dead rats. Bed rats. Or he'll get into bed tonight and find some bed rats. Anyway, Gotcha. A cockatoo. There's another, this one. This one is very funny too. This one I don't have memorized, but I should.
Who's in your bathroom?
And then if you see this bird actually has some understanding of what it's saying in English, which is insane.
Like, no. His hairbrush. It's a hairbrush.
He knows that that means to go inside. That's crazy. Smart bird.
Just stick it under the door.
So the line I like to quote from that is, if something surprises me, I like to be like, it surprised me. There's a reason why it's evil. And if you say that to people, they're just like, what? Like, what? Anyway, y'all have any parrot videos or funny videos you want to watch? Those are my two favorites, like, ever. So I got work. Call Sarah. Football on, Sarah. Go on then. Walk forever. Pork pie. There's a swearing bird when he smashes. Yeah, that's a great one. The other cockatoo cage smash. And it's like... I showed this one to my brother like 2 weeks ago.
So, now yesterday we said that we would follow up that video with what we thought about brown cages. So this is JoJo's cage.
I don't think I've watched this much of it, actually.
Yeah. Birds like corners. So we're going to fix this cage a little bit. Make it, get a few corners.
Wow,
Hopefully,
it's
follow
kind of
the
fun
shelves.
with the context.
If not, no big loss. Pebble's going to watch and make sure that it's done correctly. Right, Pebble? Hey, are you going to make sure it's done correctly? Gonna be my supervisor. So, first off, we're gonna see if we can
Huh.
get a nice.
That is
foam
interesting.
happening
I've never
on
actually noticed
each
the
side
vest.
here. I think we got it. I think we got it, Pablo. We got it. That's the best thing that's ever happened. Oh, you don't like those cages either, hey? That's what it needs. Another one. These cages shouldn't even be. So, we've made this cage. We've made this cage good now. Exactly. We can throw it exactly where it belongs, right, Pebble? Right in the garbage.
True. Oh, that's actually really sad. Oh my gosh, that makes me a little sad for it. But you know, like with the one that sang, Go On Then Walk Forever Pork Pie, I feel like that one also came from an abusive home. And it's interesting because they're kind of like children in that, first of all, they're toddlers for 80 years, but, or they have the maturity of a toddler for 80 years, but like they also like absorb stuff from around them. I had a parrot, not that type of parrot, but he came from a series of abusive homes and was just like an asshole, just an asshole bird. But he had a good reason because he had been abused and had gone through so many owners, you know, and it's just sad. It's funny how that's probably the personal view of humanity. Yeah, I didn't understand most of it, just the fuck. I hope it it's okay though. I hope that's a better owner. Bro. Have you seen the one with the one that sings Chandelier? It's an Amazon. Chandelier. That is so not what I was trying to do. All right. So Amazons are probably the best at mimicry. Indeed. My favorite part of this is it just, you know how like in this song it says, I want to fly like a bird in the sky? The bird never sings that part. It'll get to it and it'll just stop. I don't wanna. I also think it's great because like it's mimicking someone, right? And so it's not just like singing the regular Sia song. It's mimicking someone who's like the chandelier, the chandelier, you know, like just like this terrible technique, and you can tell like it's going like off key, but it's not the bird, it's whoever the bird was copying. And so it's just like forever singing this shitty version of like Sia and never saying that it wants to fly like a bird in the sky. But yes, I want to fly at the end. I don't want to. I don't want to. Also, it's funny to watch, but if this is your parrot and it sings this all the time, anyway. I don't wanna. Oh, that's so great. Parrots are so funny. I miss Vine. I don't really like TikTok, I'll be honest with you. But like there were some good bird vines. I feel like just like this style of like videos nowadays is just kind of lame, and like Vine was like a 5-second comedy stint, you know, and now it's just like people like lip syncing things. I don't know. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion. Anyone else have any videos you want to watch? We still have 7 minutes and 20-ish seconds. If not, I can always find more bird videos. So it doesn't even have to be bird videos, by the way. That's just me. I just like birds. So parrots. I like parrots. This one, I subscribe to this bird, and it just likes to like jam to its owner. It's very cute. I'm gonna play it, but if you guys have anything else you want to hear, we'll listen to that instead. Also, can you guys think of any other animals that like show like this sort of appreciation of music? Yeah, it is. It's got that hella vibrato. Sings better than I do. So many. They just jam all the time. like all the time. Wait, you gotta put a space between like the probably YouTube and the dot and the com for it to show up. But I'm happy to play whatever it is once you put it in there. This is another Amazon. Alright, let me try and open it. Wait, is it just youtube.com before that? Okay, let me try and... Aha! Wait, no, it says it's not available anymore. What's the name of the video? It's not singing in this one. Tico's not singing. I like the wiggly tongue for the vibrato. Why would it not be available anymore? It's interesting. These birds also live 80 years. I'm sorry about that. The ads. I can't control them. I'm really sorry about that. But I was saying that it told me that the video isn't available anymore. Do you know what the name of the video is? Oh, Buddy Mercury, the dog singing on the piano. Excellent. Let's look it up. Is this one? Or is it this one? That's so cute. I'm gonna click this one. Hopefully this is the one you want. That's so cute.
Careful, where you swinging that?
Where is this? Kind of sounds like Australia. Is this the one you wanted, Fritzy? If not, I can change it. Ah, yes, I see. It appreciates music. Oh, it's a piano caller. Hey. Dog saw humans and was like, yeah, okay, I think I can do that. I can even accompany it. It'd be cool if we could like tone match.
Wow. That.
Talented dog.
Performance by both you kids. Incredible. Incredible. Let's get you a treat.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Insulting to the person who sits at the piano and sings, and also the person in the background who like shakes their butt like that.
And good girl.
All right, we are almost done with our long break. Anything else we should sing? Sing. Where's my brain right now? Singing animals. Watch. This is you. It's lovely. Also, I totally thought he was Aussie. He's not so... Like, the cat plays the piano, too. Okay, squint. I love how, like, adults are more inhibited with how they, like, jam to stuff, but, like, kids and certain animals are like, yeah, let's just go. Like, the kid in the background's like... And then the dog's like, yeah, let me just sing, you know? It's great. I love it. I think we could all do with being less inhibited and letting our inner musicians out or whatever. I don't know. Something like that. Right. That's probably the last video, huh? That was great. Break's almost over, but not yet, so. I would call that a good half an hour, y'all. Half an hour well spent. It's going to be obnoxious in half a second here, so that's great. I'm ready to turn it off, though, because it's... Right. All right. Let me go back, see what Homeless was saying. I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to forget this. I'm going to forget this. All right. Wow, that was not copied correctly. Okay. Let's turn on the background music. Which I definitely had as super loud during like half of the video, and I'm sorry about that. I just got carried away with the other things we were watching. Right, so we want to build a update thing. Let me just open my notepad. See what Homeless said. Use it as a guide. I love it. I love the... what do you call that? Cozy wiggle? Is that what it's called? Alright. We got this. Maybe we don't understand 100%. But it's okay. We'll figure it out. Send the information with the query parameter that you click the update button and populate that in the template. Put a reference in the button, which we have. The value of the name you populate it with the right data from the EJS template. Also, if you guys want to follow along and not just look at my code on my computer, I can give you the code base I'm looking at. Here you go. Right. Let me just go back to the code. Update question mark name. What would I do? Shake my computer disk. As the name. Because in the original server, do this. Wow, this is not even what I was trying to do here. Input page, word page. Oh, because we stuck in the word page, that's why. But then there is the EJS for that page you want. Hello? Love that. Hello? Wow. Interesting. We probably shouldn't be... Y'all. It's getting out of hand. Save. I think there's a way you can do it, but like... Slide editor down. Control Alt? Yeah? No. Ah, well that worked. What about the down? Maybe it's control / what was it? Alt? Nope. Alright, well, we're just looking at one at a time in that case. I guess we gotta see our timer. Want the word page open and the update page, and we want the server. Okay. Update request, and that's gonna call hello. Since we have it as the reference, it's gonna just call this, right? We don't need to put the name, or we do. When the update root is called, you get the query parameter values and you populate this in the fields. Okay, maybe we can, okay, never mind. Look at this for more. Database collection, insert one. And when we got it earlier, we found one. Insert one, find one. Find one. Database collection. There's a delete one, update one. Alright, alright, alright. I don't think we're using upstart. Upstart is like if you like increase the number or something, I think. Definitely could be wrong. Ah, it tells us. Okay. Filter selection criteria for the update. Same query selectors as in the find method are available. Interesting, okay. Modifications to apply. I don't want to add or replace. I don't think we want to do that. Yo, this music getting a little too repetitive for me. Just gotta change it real quick. I swear it's played this melody like 5 times. Rude. Thanks, PX. How's that? Is that better? Here I'm like leaning over. It's okay. Alright, let's do this one. Maybe this will be... This is aesthetic music. We like it? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Okay. Posture checked. Different music. Also, PX, I didn't know you're still here. What is this weird gap forward? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, I almost went into bad posture again. I'm maintaining it. No, you're fine. Did need my posture checked, so. Maybe I kind of like this. Different vibe than what we were just going for, though. A little different. Ah, so you just came back? Ray filters. Oh, okay. I just didn't know you were here. Okay. Finds the first document that matches the filter and applies the specified update modifications. Ah, I see. What are you watching? Rip. The song's over? It's okay. Update operator expressions. What do we have? I remember us using some wacky stuff before. I swear we did. Something wacky. Apparently not, though. But it says I think we can use the same parameters, which is good, right? Where did I put my thing that I was looking? I don't know. I did. There it is. Okay, got it. I'm just gonna put this by the GET request just because I feel like they're somewhat similar. A little bit. Oh. Then we wanted this one. Right, well, like that. So we'll want to update. Do this. This should be at the end, I think, right? And then we probably want to redeclare this here. You're watching a new documentary from BBC Life in Color. It's about how animals perceive colors different than us. Very impressive. That is actually really cool. It would be really interesting to see the way like an animal sees, because I feel like they can see different colors, right? What are the colors? I don't know. It's exciting. We'll put it in a try-catch, it looks like. Probably all of that, yeah. update one. And they said we could use the same thing, I think. We haven't done the catch. I'm gonna do the catch. Who's a catch? We are all catches, y'all. I lost it. Okay. It's not doing cool colors, so I probably messed up somewhere. I think it's just having problems because of all this stuff. Hold up. What if I copy all of this? Yeah? I think I was supposed to, actually. Whoops. Nope. Nope. Wrong. Here we go. This is what I was supposed to copy. I don't think I have a closing parentheses, though. Words are quite amazing on that matter, but they show some images from a new camera which can record polarized colors. Most crustaceans use this kind of light to see things better. Oh, and like dark environments? Or what? And I wonder, you know how there are some birds with really colorful plumage? I wonder if it's like even more colorful to them. That'd be cool. So this should be grabbing the same thing that was searched, right? But we don't want it to render it. I don't think this is what I want, but let's look at this again. I don't quite understand any of that. Look how red this is. Oops. Selection criteria for the update. Hello? That's all it's gonna tell me? Really? But maybe this already is like the filter being the first term? Maybe? Yeah? Maybe? They can see in high contrast, so crabs can see other crabs in a distance since they don't reflect polarized light, and the beach does. They can easily see birds too in the same way, like seagulls trying to catch them. Ooh, that's cool. That's like interesting because I feel like that's a totally different way of seeing than what we do, you know? Wow. This does sound like an interesting documentary. Okay. Update operator. Expressions. I swear we did something like this in this one, but it doesn't look like we did. Unless we did it in the, like, post. Go away. I'm so bitter about this contact page. Can't hide it, though. That's very rude. Ooh. Hey Dev, what's up? Let's write in a update request in Mongo. It's going great. Tears. Okay. I'm not feeling terrible about it. Like, I don't think it's working so far, but like I'm not feeling terrible. The update request, the update request for the Online Talking Dictionary PX. I just want people to be able to be like, wow, this is an entry, and then click like the update button and update it. No, you're good. I'm always glad to hear about animal eyesight. That's pretty bomb. This is probably what I was thinking about. This was the special stuff. Ooh, okay. Special stuff we did 2 months ago. Ooh, that's crazy. That was 2 months ago. Why is everything saying wiggle? That's not great. Sorry. Yawn. Trying to get like the entry, the data in the entry, and put it into the update file, which is basically just the input file, but the difference would be that the words would already be in the fields, I guess. Probably don't need this, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I needed to yawn, now I don't, but I did temporarily deafen y'all. Sorry. Good for me. Okay. So what it's saying right now is it's saying update this, but then we need to give it an update what are the words I'm trying to say? An update, some code here, which actually what I was just looking at might update it with like this, maybe, yeah, maybe. Quién sabe. I don't know if we need any of this. Whoa. What is this connecting to? Wrong. It's just crazy. Unless this is supposed to be in those. Yeah. I'm feeling quite uncertain, I'll be honest with you. But like in theory, if we like work through this, it's saying, hey, I want you to update it and say, this is the thing that you get, and then this is this is what you update it with. Right? But it's never that easy, it's not gonna work, so. But like, also there be squiggly lines everywhere. That is never a good sign. Who is your friend? This one. Hold up. That's supposed to be this one's friend. It doesn't. I fucked up somewhere and I need to figure out where. This one is supposed to be this one's friend. They are friends. Friends. This one says try. try. This one's supposed to be paired with this one. Right, which is what I messed up somewhere. That's why they aren't friends. They're enemies. Where did I mess up is the question. Okay, so this one and this one, 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 and this one. No, that's wrong. This one and this one. Okay. Wait, where's this one's? Oh, no, we got it. So this is good. Liked it, according to VS Code. VS Code. Omnipotent. This one and that one, okay. Those all look good, so this copy-pasted stuff looks good. This one is supposed to... Okay, we'll take a break. Right. How confusing. It's very confusing. Okay. Everyone look away from the screen for 20 seconds. We're just gonna guess 20 seconds since you're not looking at a screen, right? I'm just looking at my very interesting floor. I probably should get up and stretch a little. I haven't gotten up in at least half an hour. Hold up. I'm gonna like walk around for like a minute. I will BRB. I'm back. Can't look at the screen so you can't see what you're typing. You can look at the screen now. It's definitely been 20 seconds. I've gotten some blackberries. They're really good blackberries. My dad brought them earlier this week, like 12 of them, and 12 raspberries. They're like the best blackberries and raspberries I've ever had, like ever. They're really good. And like perfectly ripe. So good. Also, I think I need to go to the dentist. My teeth are really sensitive to cold stuff right now. Like these berries. I'm gonna eat all of these. Dinner. They normally are here as well. I don't know what was up with this though. For some reason they were on sale. And my dad got like 12 of this size container for $6. That's insane. I have no idea why they were that cheap. I never can afford berries. Yeah. Raspberries are the red ones. Kind of a weird name. What about like red berries? I'm gonna look up the etymology of raspberry. emoji. Okay, we're looking it up. Comes from raspish. Which was the old way to say raspberry. Raspberry. Raspish? Is that weird? I feel like that's weird. Raspish? A sweet rose-colored wine? From Anglo-Latin vinum raspes. Okay. We were looking at the etymology of raspberries. Frambuesa? Yes, also here is normally as well. You going? Walk down. Turn back. There's a car situation. I just had to tell my brother to go fix it, so. Alright. We're fixing our parentheses or something problem. I'm just gonna pull out all of this. Wait, so here's this one. Oops. Here's this one. Whoa, he slammed that door. There are a lot of black raspberries. You think it's called mulberry? Just plan to achieve it in the new house. You know, I have heard of the word mulberry. I actually don't know what that means, but it could very well be a black raspberry. Where I live, we definitely say black raspberry, but that's great. Very prickly, but great. Okay. Look. The wiggles are gone. This is very weird because we know they have their friends. I hate this song. It's very discordant. Hold up. There it is. There we go. This small Yetis already gives you 5 black raspberries. What a good child. Good plant child. Bless your plant child. This is so weird. It's not missing anything. Maybe it hates the comments? Maybe it shouldn't be a try catch? What do you think? What if we take away the try catch? You two like to live dangerously. We don't want to fail safe. We don't need anyone to catch us. Whose are you? Whose friend are you? one's friend. Maybe that was the problem. What do you think? Should we bring back the try? Should we try it? Right. Try? No. Okay. It's having problems again. You're expected. I expected you to be nice to me. I don't know why. But we have it. We have it. Look, it's here. But it's like, I'm mad. Do or do not. There is no try. Yes, I love it. Did you put a comma? What is the situation? No. It's like, no. Do not. Nope. Right. Well. I'm fucking up somewhere, so. How come this one is accepted? I feel like this is just like at me, but there's no reason for it to do that. Straight out, what is the problem? I don't understand. I'm almost done with my bears. I don't have two more. I think this is perfect. I love it, but it doesn't love me. Wrong. The data closes the dot then on the data. They're all gone. My berries are gone. Okay. It's okay. They were great. There's nothing wrong. Everything has its friend. We can check. Look, friends. Friends. No friends. Friends. It even recognizes it. What the fuck? And we know it accepts it here. Wait a second. Wait a second. We don't have this. We don't have this. Was that the... No, it's not. Okay. Didn't even solve the problem, but I do think that was an issue. So... I really like how the colors match though. It's very nice. If these end on the same line, can't they be on the same line, do you think? Like that? Beautiful? Lovely? Maybe? I don't know. Okay, but actually, like, what the fuck? What is the issue here? I'm looking it up. I don't think it's gonna help me, but someone's like, I'm doing this in React. Someone says, you need to put that code inside a function and then call the render method. And your code doesn't make any sense. Wow. Not and welcome. Wait, are you supposed to be in class right now? How was class? we are working on update requests in Mongo. It's working out well. This is giving us issues right here, and it's rude. And what are the parentheses on 89 and 98? I did not get Node Mailer working. I took a break from it. We weren't having a good time together. We are non-amicably we're separated right now, okay? 89 and 96. Yeah, so this one is just at the beginning of this and this, but this is straight from right here, where I had the database collection insert one, and that's why that's a thing. Maybe it's because I didn't redirect. I don't know. So it doesn't love it. Alright, Pierre, thanks for hanging out. I liked your factoids. 89 and 96 are just kind of there. So we don't need the parentheses? Thanks. Hopefully see you next time. Well, we could try and get rid of it. Didn't fix anything. And this does have to be an object, is the problem. But not an actually. Oh, so what's the situation for you? Did you just feel like you knew what was happening in class? What is that object an argument of? So like there's a in theory it's when you have the syntax, there's the filter, which is what I have at first, and then there's the update function. You're just watching two things at once. Alright. Well, I hope you're also paying attention to class, but I like you being here, as always. So, like, the idea was that, like, I would, like I said, like, filter it, like, get the thing, and then update it just by invoking the exact same stuff as insert one. It's the second argument, because this is just a variable, I think. So this would be the first one, and this would be the second one, right? Let me look. There may have been, and I just was not sure how to work it. So there is this object, but I didn't understand it. And it says it's optional, so all of these are optional. Wait a second, but then I remember there being an empty document, so maybe... Same query parameters are available, which is why I tried to get the... Wait a second, query selectors. Oh, that is different. It's nice. I wonder if these would be the same query parameters. I think. No. Because there's no Mongo function here until here. And this is the insert one, not the find one. So the find one would be, it has the same, these are the same parameters. Yeah. Same parameters from the top. And then what it's supposed to be replaced with. Hold up though. So this is supposed to get the input from the form. But if it's already filled out, what? Homeless, who was here earlier, said, when the update route is called, then you get the query parameter values and you populate this in the fields. Probably doing this wrong. TBH. I'm gonna do this. Something like this. Hmm. Damn, why is coding so hard? I think this is wrong. Oh, interesting. So how am I supposed to use it to update something? Because wouldn't this be like, grab the thing? This is, oops. Hello? This is what you update it with. I mean, you seem to be understanding better than I am, so... This is wrong, though. I know it is. But what do we replace it with? Just counting parentheses. Wait. Zeba, tell me about some of your background. You're a dev? Sounds like, if you know any of this. I was having my sister read my resume. She's like, I don't even know what these words are. And it's like, yeah, okay. Understandable, but... Wait, what is the difference? I thought they were, like, mutually the same. Like, they're the same, but, like, synonyms. So, like, for fun? Wait, why do you have to become a dev soon? Hey, congrats. Wait, you got a dev job, so because you can program. Have you not started it? Is that why you're going to become a dev soon? You know how to develop? I feel like they're the same. Like, you make things using programming. Well, freaking congrats. I hope that goes well for you. Even if it doesn't, you'll be learning trial by fire. Wait, so you know how to program, but what have you been doing with programming? You haven't been making anything? IDEs give you hives. What have you been using instead of IDEs? Essentially like the terminal, right? Essentially. Have you just been... Do programmers just like make functions? Itchy head. Oh, a shell. Okay. I have seen it. I just don't know that much about it. But look how pretty this is. It's such nice colors. I definitely picked this thing for the colors, so. Oh, all right, I see you. But no red squiggles, which is a good thing or bad thing? The update route is called. You get the query parameter values and you populate this in the fields. How to populate in fields. The red squiggles are like having a toddler sit on your lap spraying peanut butter on the screen while you're trying to work. But you can't get anyone to agree with you. But then how do you know what's wrong? I don't know. I don't like pay that much attention to them. Interesting. They've trained you not to pay attention to your code. How did you learn how to code? Interesting. And what did you do it for? Just like, because you weren't making anything, right? Like you weren't making games or anything like that, or? Did a job, a very small company for many years doing web and database stuff and also the phone system. But you mostly worked alone. So you have been a dev, or no? And is your new job gonna be working with others? Using what? Just the Vim or what? Texting command line. Alright. So it's like you're happy to have a new job as all .NET. My goodness, I know nothing about .NET. Can you tell me about it? I've heard of it, but that's about it. Like, .NET, and that's about it. And you got a job in it? Damn! That's great. I mean, it's like, it's gonna be a little rough for you, but like, wow! Also probably not that rough since you have so much experience. And they were like, that's alright. That's great. Whoa! Did you know that? Wow, that was the fastest like 25 minutes of my freaking life. Wow. Alright. Yeah, I forgot to put it up because it had been maximized, so it's okay. Wow, that's great. Yes, you're right. You're right. Drank. Great. Also need to look away from the screen. Let me do that. Can never tell if it's been 20 seconds. Probably has. Probably was. You pretty much live on Twitch until the job starts, since it won't be time after. Who else do you watch? Just other people coding. Legend says you're looking away from the screen to this very day. You're funny. I like it. Her eyes never touched the screen again. You're mostly watching devs now trying to learn by osmosis. You're watching me trying to learn from osmosis? I'm such a baby coder, yo. I mean, I appreciate you being here, of course. But I have no idea what I'm doing. The only reason I have this app as like polished as it is because I've had people helping me on Twitch, which has been amazing, but like, you just throw money at the babies. But we babies appreciate it. Seriously. Someday I won't be a baby. It'll be good. Someday I'll maybe know what's happening here. And be like, oh yeah, obviously this is how you use Mongo to update into something. To update something. Psh, no big deal. What? Psh. That would be nice. Just gotta get the experience. Did do something in Mongo once, but it leaked out of your brain. I feel like it does that pretty easily. I worked on this like 2 months ago with Mongo, just doing the post and the get requests, and it's escaped me just a little bit, a lot of it, maybe all of it. It's okay. Shh, don't tell anyone. Have you used any other databases? Some chipstick. So you live in Ohio. Are you working remotely or working in Ohio? You use MySQL and Postgres at your last job. Next job is SQL Server. Ooh, wow, I'm getting to do all the servers except for Mongo. That's great. I recently learned the difference between a NoSQL and an SQL Server. Or databases, and I definitely forgot. It was great. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. You'll be commuting to the office about half an hour north. No SQL. No SQL. They're still having you go to the office though? Like, how's COVID in Ohio? I'd go into the office. I know, I'm just kind of done with COVID. I guess we all are, but I just... Like, I'll wear a mask, but I just... I don't know. It's a lot. Kind of old-fashioned. They think face-to-face is better. What do you think? Wow, my eyes are tired. I can tell because, like, it's like twitching. I think I'm a streamer. This timer gets me going, but it's a pain in the ass. I'll scoot forward. Do you stream? Curiosity. Okay. I'm not using Mongoose. Ooh. Okay. I click you. I will stalk you. I know. 2009. I didn't know Twitch has been around since 2009. What? Hello, I found you. Ooh. 19 hours ago. I had to follow. Followed. There you are. Hey, go away. Nice to see you, meet you. Wait, what do you stream? You used to do coding. Oh, just coding. All right. 89. Wow, that's impressive. It's lovely. Wait, who was just up there though? No hand. Oh well. How did you get your hand? People seem to like the Hawaiian shirts. Do you let people pick your shirts? That's kind of cool. 9 hours? Bruh. That's crazy. I guess I did 8 hours once, but still, that's crazy. What were you doing? Well, I'll have to like... Oh, you did Advent of Code too? That's great. Clashes? I've never heard of Clash of Code. Wait, what was star star star? Is it a swear word or is it a URL? Because it shouldn't be like getting rid of the swear words. You get 20 viewers together and you all code together. That is great. Binary search code.com. What is coding clash? Code clash. Is it coding challenges against each other? How cool. What is your schedule? I'm gonna come. Next week. What's your schedule next week? Oh, you just do it secretly and you don't have a schedule. Okay. Well, it's okay. I got your notifications on, so. You gave up on the schedule. Well, great. I will stop in. It'll be great. Maybe see what this... Tomorrow I'm gonna be busy all day, unless it's the evening. In which case I could come. If I don't make it to one tomorrow, when else are you planning on doing it? Alright. Well, maybe I'll be there. I'm going skiing tomorrow, so... Do that. Not sure what else. It's weird, because I like feel like tomorrow's Saturday, but it's not, so... Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Alright. Well... I have notifications on regardless. I'll try and stop in for sure. Cool. 20 people coding with you at a time? That's bomb. I always love having people here chatting with me. It's the best. I feel like that's actually the best part of Twitch. Just like chatting with people, honestly. And getting help. It's very nice. Wait, so... You're learning .NET, what else? You know a little Ruby, JavaScript, or you do know Ruby and just a little JavaScript? Okay. Hmm. What is your favorite coding language, or the one you feel most comfortable with? Populate manually. Python. Alright. Why? Just because it's like easy to use, I've heard? I don't know anything about it. Just that it's used for data science and it's easy to use. Queries to get the records that the IDs make references to. What? Wait, I'm not using Mongoose. Hit song, you're back! It's a whole lot of your job after you learned it and got used to it. Alright. And Zappa streams. Speed running. Speed learning. Keep it for bro, I'm not using a schema. Wait a second. Why did you say that hit song? What's pretty about it? I hear C# is hard or something. Yeah, I don't know though. I have like no experience, so there's that. Mongoose populate method? What? Difficulty level hard. Who is they? Oh, Microsoft. All right. Clean. You know, OP guy, so it fits you well. But isn't it like hard? Or like fickle or something? Or is that like C++ or something? I don't know. I don't know anything about Link. Is that how you say it? Fucking Mongoose. I don't want to use Mongoose. I don't have Mongoose in use. I probably am. Me and my very lots of coding knowledge, yep. And good grammar. Huh. C# is pretty. JS is the most fun. Why is JS the most fun? They're using MongoDB and they still can do schema? I thought schema was limited to Mongoose. Ooh. Sorry. Are you like designing them yourself? Motherfucking Mongoose, stop being used. I mean, no judgment here. I don't even have any. Eventually. I'll get them eventually. Maybe, probably. JavaScript is the most fun because you can get it up and running so quickly, and the bar of entry is so low, the sky's the limit how you can take it. Oh, interesting. What is this emoji? Hype. Ooh, nice. I definitely had to squint to see that, though. Vision. It is doing better, though. I think. Mongoose, why? I don't want to use Mongoose. I want to use MongoDB. How to update? Bulbasaur. Interesting. I'm not really a Pokemon person, but I know that's a Pokemon, so. Holy bananas. Pokemon. I know that Charizard. Is it a D at the end? You choose all of them. But do they choose you? You win. And I know there's a Squirtle, but I don't think that's in your thing. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I didn't do the Pokemon Go either. Also, I concede. I once played... Oh, it was on like a Nintendo, like it's like a square thing and you can flip it open. I don't remember what that's called, but I played some Pokemon. That was pretty nice. I had a Charizard. And then my mom disappeared it. Rip. It'd be fun to play now, actually. This seems to be maybe the sort of thing we want to do, maybe. Alright, but I'm gonna take it off screen just so I can see things at the same time. So this was my attempt. Created an... This is not actually useful, damn it. I was really hoping it would, actually. Set? What is that called? What do you call that in coding? The $sign? Wait, what are you saying what to? I lost track. Also, if you did a... what's it called? A URL, make sure you do spaces. Oh, the $sign. Yeah. I love how I ask questions and completely just forget what I asked. There is a $sign, but what is it called? Is it called $sign or is it called something else? Just this one. So you do this, like that. You got the $sign right on. I feel like there's a fancy name for it. Find one and update method. You've never heard a fancy name for it? I swear there's a fancy name for it. Just like for the exclamation point, it's a bang. You know? Very exciting. I swear there's a fancy name. Maybe not. $, I guess. Right, so I'm excited. I'll find one and update. Very nice. Ooh. Sorry. Jargon files, book cache bling. Bling! That's what it is. I've heard it called bling before. Ding cache. My teacher called it bling. I remember that now. But maybe it's not a thing. Okay. We wanted to find one and update MongoDB. How exciting. It's a thing, you're just not old enough. Okay, we're gonna rewrite this. Uh-oh, where are the musics? Please don't stop the music. Hello? Found it. And paused it. I don't think we're watching. We are. We're watching. Always watching. What am I doing? I was looking at find one and update. Where'd I go? Wait a second. I know this song. Yes, it is no copyright at least, but I don't like it. I'm bored of it. So we're doing this one instead. I keep seeing aggregation pipeline. But I don't understand it. Stages that process documents. Right. But what does it mean? Each stage performs an operation on the input documents. For example, a stage can filter documents, group documents, and calculate values. Documents are output from one stage or input to the next. Why doesn't this make any sense? So it's just like a list of things that are being done, maybe. You can only update operator expressions. with documentation and reading and just like passes in through one eye and out the other since it's not ears, you know? I think this is a thing I need to do, but what is it saying to me? Do you ever get better at reading documentation? Real question. Good to know. It keeps doing this to me and I still don't know what it means. Okay. Maybe watch a little video on it or something. The real fun's I have to write the documentation. Oh man. Wow, that sounds not great. Yeah, I guess someone wrote this, huh? It's interesting to think about. How do you think they would feel if I went up to them and was like, what thing? I don't understand. Like, updates the first matching document in the collection that matches the filter. It's probably pat you in the head and give you a lollipop. Lollipops are nasty, though, but like, it's okay. Do you ever see like those like really big like rainbow ones? I really wanted one growing up, so I convinced my mom to give me one, and it's like that big. And it was disgusting, and even though I was a child who loved sugar, like I couldn't consume it. They probably silly Excel and say, yep. I love it. Probably threw that lollipop away. Gross, it was nasty. Ugh, yuck. The ones with the Tootsie Rolls in the middle are pretty good though. I don't remember what those are even called. Tootsie Pops? Tootsie Pops, I think? Also, Tootsie Rolls are nasty, so. Except for the flavored ones that aren't chocolate or vanilla. Those are pretty good. So I think I got the filter right. I'm grabbing the thing. Whoa. They're in my ears a little bit. That's what I get for buying shitty earphones. They work though. Earphones, headphones, I don't know. It's kind of a weird, like, those are weird words if you think about it. Earphones? Like a phone? It's weird. I feel like I'm sort of close to, like, understanding a little bit what's happening here. A little bit. Okay, I just started scrolling and stopped, like, absorbing. I have to start again. I wanted to grab this, right? And I want to replace it with this which matches the names here. Should work, maybe. But also, like, this is having... Okay. Beef is what I was gonna say. Breakdown. Okay. I've been studying for 4 hours. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, too. Minute off. Wow. I feel like it's pretty easy to stream for a long time. Again, bro. It doesn't make any sense. Zappa, are you getting hit by this many commercials? I think that makes like Hitsong getting like 9 now today. And just Turbo Megas, you don't get those? I've seen it. I never knew what it was, though. Getting water on my desk. What is this emoji? Oh, now I get you. Welcome back. Sorry you got like 9 commercials today. Prime used to be ad-free. Oh, interesting. They just keep getting the money. They have a pretty sweet deal, honestly. Twitch does. Like the person streaming gets half of the subscriber like money, and then Twitch gets half. Like, that's a big cut. It's a lot. Making bank, I'm sure. They didn't used to be owned by Amazon, I imagine, though. Alright. Everyone look away from your screen for 20 seconds. We're doing it, it's happening. Favorite part of the stream, right? Like, yeah, every half an hour I get to look away from the screen for 20 seconds. Bomb. That's probably 20 seconds, right? Also, I think it's fun with coding. You can be working on like an issue for like probably been working on this for 3 hours, and I have like I don't know. I've definitely like not gotten anywhere, so that's good. Like 3 hours. You didn't know your clock is on your screen? Fair enough. That's how mine is. I just take an educated guess. It's not educated, honestly. I'm just like, yeah, this feels right. Feels like it probably was 20 seconds or something. Add up time. I've always, like, since having iDropped, I've always wanted to, like, pretend like I was, like, in a movie or something, and, like, I needed to cry or something, so that I could do, like, this and be like, wait a second. Like, pull this out of my pocket and just be like, so emotional, you know. I feel like you've seen that in movies. Yep. Alright, less than a minute left. Ooh. I don't even think I'm gonna get more sleep tomorrow. Gotta go skiing. If you go skiing, you have to get up early-ish. I think it's funny because people be like, are you like a night owl or are you an early bird? Well, what about people who are neither night owls nor early birds? Neither or? I don't know. I don't know how to say that. Anyway, point is, I like to go to sleep early and wake up late. What do you call that person? Right, it's about to be obnoxious. Ready? There goes. Obnoxious. Right. Back into the fray. Stop it. You call him sleepy. I would have people that ask me in college if I was dating anyone. I'd be like, sleep. Like, I'm dating sleep. I'm in a very committed relationship with sleep. Like, I never fail to choose. Like, we spend a good amount of time together every day, and if we don't, I'm mad. Also, this is kind of getting like fantasy novel on me. Missing the shard key fields. Shard is a fantasy word. What is a shard key? Shard key is a cool thing. I think I'm gonna stick it in my next fantasy book. And by next, I mean first, probably. I don't know. I tried to write a book once. I'm shit at coming up with plots. So, yeah. I don't know how people do it. Love to read fantasy books, but I just cannot come up with it myself. High fantasy novel that morphs into dense JavaScript halfway through. Like, and then when John ran through the castle, he looked at the wall and saw a demoralized data model. And he said, "Oh no, not embedded documents and arrays." Or he said, "Yay, embedded documents and arrays. Those are optimal for my data and use cases." And then, drugs. They use drugs. Fair enough. My sister doesn't, though. She does that. She's written long books. It's crazy. But yes, I see what you're saying. If y'all listen to Lorde, it's interesting. She talks about how each of her, what are they called? Albums is inspired by like a different drug that she was on at the time. So like her first album, her most popular one, alcohol. Her latest one, weed. I think that's really interesting. Anyway. Alright. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go to a video. Is that bad? You can tell like what I like to look at, huh? Birds, lo-fi, true crime, find one and update. Mongo, not mongoose. It's not too much time. Just gotta turn off the music. There it is.
Hello everyone, Alex here from WarrenOffKeys.com, and
Warren
in this
Off
video, I'm going to
Keys.
show you how you can find and update within one single MongoDB query. In a previous video, I showed you how you can specifically find certain documents within your collection, and in a different video, I showed you how you can update certain documents. Now we're going to look at a powerful Mongo function called find one and update.
Hold up.
Going inside of my Mongo database here, we see that I have one document. This is going to be a user with an email,
Wait, what is this one?
and a password. We're going to want to find and update on this specific user using one specific query. So going back into my project, link to a repository.
Wait, I wasn't listening to it.
Project
Why do I do this to myself?
Find
Sorry.
and update on this specific user using one specific query. So going back into my project, link to a repository that has this project will be in the video description. That way you can clone it and code along with me. But to get started, let's review our user schema real quick. We see an email, a username, and a password. which are required strings. Pretty basic schema here. I'm going to go ahead and close this. Inside of our main file, all we're doing right now is just importing our schema, connecting to Mongo, and then console logging saying that we're connected to Mongo. Let's say that we want to use find one and update. So we can say await user schema dot find one, and we see we have a couple different options here. We can find one and delete, find one and remove, find one and update. So this is going to take in
what are we supposed to do?
Optional third
Maybe we
argument,
can
which I'll cover here
sort
at
of
the end.
understand though.
But the first two arguments is going to be the conditions or the filter, and the second one is going to be the actual update. So if we look at the tooltip here, we see conditions, that's the first argument, then update is the second argument. Within here, we're going to have a specific search query basically. So let's say we want everyone that has a username of Joe. I can then say username Joe. And so we're going to find the first document within our collection that matches this exact document right here with just username Joe. And then we're going to update it. So in here, we can say username is now Frank. So now if I were to run this, so if I save the file and I run this with a node index.
That's all? Wait, but it oversimplified it.
Here, we'll talk about that in a second. But if we go back into MongoDB and I click on find, now it says username is Frank. Of course, this is very similar to our actual update function, but find one and update has additional benefits. Let's say that I were to go in and I were to delete this. So if I hover over this document, there's a trash icon on the right. Then I can click on delete.
Ooh.
And now it's no longer here. So the cool thing about find one
Should
and update is that we can actually
Let's
insert
try
this or
catch.
update.
Well, try
The third argument
finally.
is going to be another object, and I want to say upsert is true. This is a combination of update and insert. However, now that we have this, we want our full document to be the second object, and then we want any type of unique identifiers to be within the filter up here. So the full document requires an email, so we can pass that in. So we can say email is test@email.com. Our username will still be Frank here, and then our actual password is just going to be password. Now, typically you're going to have the same username here because we're looking to essentially say, find a document that matches this query right here in the first object. And if you don't find it, then just insert this document right here. But if you do find a document within our collection that does match this query right here, we are going to essentially update whatever that document is with all this information here. And so you will see some duplicate.
Okay, but I feel like I understood that. The first part is how you grab the thing. The second part is what you replace it with. I was trying to do that and it was like, nah. See? It's like, nah. But did they have it in an object? Is that necessary, do you think? No, find one and update, then the object. Find one, update, object. Yeah, boom. There it is. Oh, sorry. Let me turn on the music. They had to be like similar though. Like they both were username. I'm literally grabbing both that object, but also replacing whatever contents within it. Method post. Where's the name coming from? Name? rect.params ID. So just getting the parameters. Probably don't need this line. don't know. Could I be like, name equals this? No. Why is it highlighting input? Am I still like searching for that? Oh, I am. There I am. But what is this one? What about this? Isn't that also an argument? No? Wouldn't the second argument be like, yeah, put this in? Bro, why am I having... Ow! I just like popped my finger. But like, not in a way I'm used to? That was painful? Alright. Anyway, I was complaining. Why am I not understanding this well? I've been thinking about it for at least 2 hours. Okay. Useless video. Useless. It's okay, we'll give him a thumbs up. Stop it, mongoose. Stop. Are you mongoose? It's too small, I can't tell. Or maybe it's just explicitly a mongoose. Oh, wait. Find when an update already had a friend? Hold up. Hold up. Someone just knocked very hard on my door. I will BRB. Was my mom? My mom came and knocked forcefully on my door to give me cookies. She does that. She's been doing that like a lot. My mom really, 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 really loves cookies. And I think giving and making, the infamous cookie bandit. I think giving and making cookies is her love language, like straight up. Anyway, I moved out from my parents' house and suddenly they were like, let me just bring you cookies weekly. And it's like, all right. I mean, I'm not gonna say no, but like, and my My dad loves things that are on sale, so my dad brought different cookies this morning. My parents are just giving me cookies. They both have cookie-giving love languages. I mean, it's nice. Anyway, let's move on to coding. There, this box right there. That's the cookies. Those are the cookies, I should say. Right, we need to go back to being confused by this. Right, so this is finding it. Them's the cookies right there. Wait, what is the second one? Cacona? Anyway, but I get you. Yes, yes, cookies. But what you were saying is we should take this and put it inside, right? Is that what you're saying? Like here? Like that? It does not look good, but you know what? If it works, but also it doesn't work, so there's that. Look, the squiggle is gone! I didn't say anything, can't prove anything, universal disclaimer applies. And if it works? Rain color. But the squiggle is gone. That means good, right? Good lack of squiggle. Oh, I probably stopped the server, huh? Alright. Oh, I broke it. Okay. Wait a second. Where do I have abd? It's not a function. Y'all. What? I thought it was. I thought update was a function. Well, that's new. Update not a function? This is what we're looking at. That is not the problem I expected to have. Because create, read, update, delete. Create, post. Read, get. Update, update, right? Delete, delete. Put? Put? Is it put? I think it's... Yes, it's for CRUD. Is it put? Patch. Patch or put? Put? How did I not know that? Put? Why is it put and not update? Well, I loved it. It is feeling positively about that interaction, so. Put. I just thought update would be update for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway. That didn't work, did it? We wanted it to, though. Because in theory, we got our word page. We got our button. Maybe it's href. Maybe that's the problem, href? Or maybe it's because there's a question mark on it. Let's try it again. Nope. in theory, when you click on it, oops, it should, because this is here, maybe it's because I don't have an A. It needs to be an anchor. I'm gonna say yes. I think that may be the case. Maybe. Shouldn't a button be button clicky? Okay, let me try and understand what you just said. FYI, only post and get are valid in HTML form methods. You can use others in JavaScript, but not directly from a form element. So what you're saying to me is this isn't gonna work, even though if it's just clicking? No, you're saying it's not gonna work. How are you supposed to update stuff based on clicking a button in that case? I didn't know that. I mean, I don't doubt you, but I just want to click just in case. Look, it worked! That was exciting. But also I didn't fill it, which is what it was supposed to do. So this cannot connect to a put request. Hey, Hidden Intruder, welcome back. What did you mod? But it's not, when we click the button, it's not actually running this. It's such a bad time. I'm sorry to hear that. Why is this doing the thing we want it to do, though? Which is... Stalker Shadow Chernobyl. I have never heard of that. It is going to update, though. 2007 game. It's supposed to be bound to the update. But maybe that's to the GET request? Another old game. You like old games, huh? So it's not gonna work then. Do I have to do like the document get element by ID thing? Would that work? Yeah. The real question is, how do I get it to do what I want it to do? They were made with passion. Alright. Have you played Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines? That one was made with passion, I think. Literally. Whoa, where's my little timer, guys? Oh, it's really big. There we go. A button element submits the form it's inside of. Today's games are made for money. I could see that. Wait a second. So how can I do it? If this is submitting the form, how do I do it so I can click on it and it will send me, it will run the route. The put route. Yeah, I have to cough. Wait a second. Didn't bonk the mic this time. Proud of me. I did not see it. Sounds like a horror thing, yeah? So you just make a completely different form? Okay, 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 okay. Calm down. Always wants to be noisy. Wait, where's its friend? So it'd be right here, right? Like that. Wait. Oh, wait. Why do we want it to be a post request? Scavengers, trespassers, adventurers, loners, killers, explorers, and robbers. So it's a looting game, yeah? How does it know to play the commercials when I'm on break? Does it normally do it on break, or is it just coincidental? And so am I. Interesting. Except I'm on... No, I'm on a half an hour cycle. See, I think just hit song gets all the ads. Are you... No, Zap, you don't get any ads because you have turbo. No, hit song just gets all ads. This is like their 10th ad today. I do not think I'm joking. I think it legitimately is their 10th app today. Yesterday they're spamming you with that stupid Ubisoft extraction game. I don't know that game either. I don't know, like, where am I? Why don't I hear about any of this? You take all the ads. And you have been 10 ads? I think it is, right? Says your ad density 3 minutes an hour. That modding took you a lot and is now 4 a.m. What did you do to mod it? Also, go to sleep. Take care of yourself. Okay. Let's stretch. That's wacky. That's wacky that you've had like 10 ads. Like, what the hell? How many ads an hour? Oh, and input elements you have, or any input elements you have, you want them wrapped in the form tag so their data gets passed. You read the tutorial like a dumbass, realized you got misinformation for a very unhelpful guy in chat. Rude. You just misplaced a folder. And so it wasn't working because of that, or what? Wait, so input element. Good night. Thanks for stopping by again. Or day. Whatever time it is for you. Time is relative. So time is an illusion. Time is a construct. I don't know. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I feel like this is a good time to go to the bathroom. BRB. Bathroom thoughts. I never say I need to use the restroom or bathroom or whatever. I always say I have to go to the bathroom. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, it's not correct if you think about it grammatically. Like, yeah, you have to go to the bathroom, but that's not like what you're doing, you know? But I have heard people say, like, they're going to go use it. I just don't ever say that. It's interesting. Move my hat. Do y'all say that? What do y'all say? Also, like, Americans say bathroom. Everyone else says, like, toilet. I feel like that makes sense. Or WC, which doesn't wash closet. Anyway, no hardcore judgment here. I think we probably all should say toilet. And water closet's weird. Like, what? Bathroom sort of makes sense. Water closet? No problem. Wait, are you saying you're gonna be back in a minute, or that's what you say? Wait, Zappa, are you saying you say water closet? Wait, I'm so confused. I say too much stuff, y'all. Shouldn't think about it too hard. So we're 4.5 hours. And I still am stuck on the update. Should I be doing fine when an update, do you think? Probably. Probably. I don't know what it is. Within the last week, my water has been shit at my house. Hmm. "20 minutes. We could watch more bird videos." Or whatever videos. Y'all haven't seen more of Disco the Parakeet, who is awesome. Disco the Parakeet. I feel like... Or we could watch a burb with an important message. I'm gonna say yes to that. Oh, do you hear it? It's coming. It's ready. I'm ready to show it to you. Ready? A bird. This is the type of bird I had. He died, but this is the type I had. $14,000 people are like, yeah, like that. You know what he's doing with his wings? He's doing heart wings. Because he loves whoever he's singing to. Our bird used to go up to our feet and do heart wings and just say, Perky bird, perky, perky bird. His name was Perky Bird. So, Disco the parakeet. It's cute. We didn't teach him actually, because we're like his like fifth owners. Anyway, heart wings. And then he would do this funny little walk, like he would walk a lot heavier on one foot than the other. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Hit Song. Thanks for all your help. I appreciate it. Have a good night. He would have a funny walk. He would go like up, down, when he had his heart wings. It was very cute. How about this one? This one's a good one. I definitely was middle of watching it though. No closed captions. Hopefully you can understand it. I feel like we watched this partially. This is the one we watched partially. That's why we're in the middle of it, I think. Here, we'll go to the middle of it again. Oh. Mister. And prosper. I didn't know that was sticks. That's my favorite one. No one puts baby bird in a corner. Story time. My bird was not very talented in talking or singing, but he did figure out how to mimic a laugh. It wasn't very good, but he would only mimic someone's laugh. He'd mimic my mom's laugh or like specific laughs. He'd never mimic mine. So we're watching the third Harry Potter with my cousin, and they're like Dementors on the screen, and suddenly my bird is like, which means he's laughing. And my cousin's like, what is he doing? I'm like, he's laughing. And then she laughed because she was like, what? Why is he laughing? And then he laughed again. It was great. Anyway, that's what this bird reminds me of. It's like laughing. Cop Spudgy. It's insane how many sentences this bird knows. He's like this big. Extremely small. I want one now because they can do this, some of them. Just the boys though, and not all boys. I think that's the end of the video, yeah. But they haven't posted anything since 2013. That's concerning. What if the parakeet is dead? That would be very sad. This one's a good one. Make sentences with proper grammar. The baby bird. Another baby. He sounds like he's talking on like out of like a speaker. What is the never shake a baby bird? Never shake a baby what is the original quote? Never shake a baby? I can has cheeseburger? I guess so. Rough. Oh, the fun things you could teach it. I kissed a bird time. Come over Yiddish. Discourageous. You sang my battleship burger. I did. I like how there's the normal bird sounds in the end there, like the chirping. Did you know humans have stripes? Oh, I won't subject you to any more of this fantastic content, but humans have very light stripes or something that is like you can see via like UV rays or something. Anyway, I feel like that's weird. I don't know. I kind of hate it, but like it's cool. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. How do you feel about it? I kissed a bird and I liked it. Forgot about it. Yeah, it was like I feel like I heard about it like over a year ago or something. I don't know. I kissed a bird and I liked it. It's interesting how it has a hard time saying L sounds. Like, perfect mimic. Except for the L sounds. Oh my goodness, I never turned up the sound. I hope you could hear that great video. I turned up the sound for me. There was a PSA. Oh no, I just saw that above here shaking babies. The video is clear, but could you hear it? Or is that what you're saying, that you could clearly hear it? What is there to do in Ohio? What do people do for fun in Ohio? Ooh, fun. What's that? You know, it's said that in the olden times, in the ancient times, people used to do this thing called have fun. No one really knows what it means, but some say people would laugh because of it or enjoy themselves. Sounds boring. Yeah, seriously. Let's just get back to coding. It's interesting because coding is just like not something I ever would have like picked up if I wasn't like, gotta get a job on this. So I think it's cool that you did. I was always like, I'll just read a book or something. I don't know. I think it's cool when people can be productive with their free time like that. So what did you just like had enough money to stay at home or what? It's nice to have a job fall in your lap though. Alright, that makes sense. Probably cheapest to live in Ohio, yeah? Oh, transcribing. Interesting. I hear Dayton is really nice. From someone who's from Dayton. Also, do you say Dayton or Dayton? I decided that I really wanted to say T's, except not like in butter or something. Dayton. Yeah, we have a place named Layton here, but Layton. Mountain. But I say mountain, like I deliberately like to say the T's. I don't know why. Anyway. It's a nice place. Here it is. I don't know. I don't feel like I've ever even considered living in the Midwest. It's like, what is there? I don't know. Hey, I've heard of Cincinnati. Wait, which one's bigger? Why do I hear more about Dayton and not Cincinnati? Oh. Is it the capital or just like the biggest city in Ohio? Nobody cares about Cincinnati? Why? Oh, so Columbus is the capital. Cleveland is a big city. Just to get overlooked. Wow, I actually have heard of a decent amount of these places. I definitely thought it was just Dayton, but I have heard of Cincinnati. I have been to Cleveland. Don't have any memory of it. I have heard of Columbus. Do you feel like it's rightly, like you get rightly overlooked, or like you feel like maybe people should pay more attention to Cincinnati? There's a bumper sticker that said, Cincinnati's just okay. Oh, love it. It's trendy to hate on the place for no particular reason. Interesting. But it has such a cool name. Do you still live there? Born and raised? Cincinnati, Ohio. I feel like I associate Cincinnati with Chicago. Maybe just because of the sound. Like Cincinnati, Chicago. They have C's and I's. I don't know. So I guess you like Cincinnati if you're born and raised and still there, huh? Ohio. Yeah, it's okay. It's just okay. Sometimes I'm like, I want to move to a different part of the U.S., but I don't know where I would move, because they're like the typical places. Like, people who don't live in the U.S. think of the U.S. as like 3 places, like Florida and New York and California, and there's a lot besides that. But like, what? You never wanted to move far? Just because you're near friends, family, or you just liked it? Nowhere else appeals to you. Interesting. See, I'm like trying to think of what's appealing about Ohio. What is appealing about Ohio? Not to hate on Ohio. I'm just curious. having like no knowledge about it, except for now I know some cities in Ohio. And I think it's probably flat. Does it rain? That would be cool. I like rain. Your weather's a bit unpredictable. You have a baseball team and a football team if you're into that. Not really, but like lots of Americans are. I don't know if Americans are still into baseball, are they? Or they probably are. I don't know. I hear the East Coast is like super into sports. I'm in Utah, and so people are just really into the outside, like really into it. Wait, so what do you mean by your weather's unpredictable? Like what? Do you just like have like 4 seasons one day in the spring type thing? We get that here too, or we used to before it just got warm all the time. If you don't like the weather here, wait 5 minutes. But what if you do like the weather? Is it gone in 5 minutes? Woof. I really want to move somewhere that has rain. I haven't lived anywhere that really rains very much, and I think it's really nice. I like green stuff. Everyone complains about the weather, so I can see that. People like consistency, right? I feel like we used to complain about the weather here. Now we just complain about the inversion and the smoke from California. So, Californian forest fires, I should specify. And it's like so many people started moving here. Have so many people started moving to Cincinnati out of curiosity? So many people are moving here. All the Californians are coming to Utah and Idaho, and they should go away. They're raising our prices. You know the stats? But have you heard of like what people are saying, or like housing prices going up like an insane amount for no reason? Because maybe people are moving in, I don't know. There wouldn't be no reason, I guess, huh? So, like a couple years ago, you could buy a house for maybe $250,000, $300,000 here. Now it's like easily $450,000, $500,000, if not higher than that. I think the housing market is hot right now, but it's like that a lot of places. Yeah, it does seem to be. Weirdly enough. I don't know how anyone's affording it, honestly. It's crazy. Ugh. Also, you know you're an adult when, how are housing prices? You know, something you talk about and you're genuinely interested in. I used to think adults were so boring as a child, and you know what? We are, but you know, that's okay. I don't know why people want their property value to go up. Then the property tax goes up. But if they sell it, I don't know. But all the other property goes up as well, so. You want the city to think your house is a shithole. My friend's family, apparently their house looks like a shithole till you get to the inside or something. So it looks like shitty on that side. But then, like, don't you have inspectors go inside? I don't know. Alright. Break time is over. If I can find my little cursor. Alright. Goodbye, Disco the Parrot. Hello. Humongous pain in the ass. Apparently that's where it's come. It's from humongous. That's where it's come. That's where it's from. Wow. Good words. I can words. Okay. Alright, let me scroll up to see what hit song was saying. Any input elements you have, you want to get wrapped in the form tag so their data gets passed. I know all this gets passed though, because I have this exact thing in my input page. Wait, no, this is a word page. Wait, no, this is calling them. It's calling all the names. And it isn't an input, see? It's confusing. I have to think about this. So much thinking, wow. So, I really do think you were right in putting that in the find one and update. I just don't know why it's not working. But we updated the button, I think, right? To a hit song suggested to the form. We can do it. Must can. Let's try this again. Oh, hello. I didn't get rid of the last one. What? Cannot post update. Please tell me it gave us an error log. Please, 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 please. No. Error logs are so nice. Like, I feel like coding is the only place where you ask for an error, where you're like, please, please tell me. Because then you at least know. Putting it back to put? Alright. Might as well see, huh? Oh, that was okay. Well, what did it say last time? Did it say... Wait, it said cannot post, right? So it's still doing post. Yeah? I need to get rid of this. This is making me grumbly. Hey. I mean, it kind of worked. It didn't fill shit in. But I'm pleased that it semi-worked. I gotta get rid of this. This is making me mad. Let's say update entry. Update entry. Nice. Good, perfect. Oh wait, we gotta go back. Alright, so it's still a put. Thank you, thank you. We semi got this. What if I put post back? Post. Out of curiosity. Post. Okay, so that doesn't really change anything, honestly. Sorry about that. I do have apt up. Put, I thought. See apt up put. I do have a get. I have an app.get update as well. Just to load the page, but I don't know where I put it. Here it is. What if I do this? What if we do this? That is where it was going. All right. Google, tell me. This one looks nice, right?
Okay guys, so welcome back again. So in this video, let's see that how do we update a product by its ID. So firstly, what we want to do, we want to send a patch request to our route here. That is localhost port 3000/products and ID. So here firstly, let's get a product by its ID.
What is this that
so
he's
that we have
pressing?
an ID to test. So we have this ID here, and this ID is about this iMac and price to be $17.99. So we want to make a patch request to this route here, that is /product and / the ID of the product we want to update. And now let's go to our product.js file, and here we can see that this is the route we are handling here, that router.patch / :ID. And here we are simply sending back a response that updating a single product. So if we click
I've
here,
never
that is
heard of
update
it
the product
before
by its
today.
ID, we get this response here, that is updating a single product, and this is because of this type of response we are sending here. So firstly, what we want to do, we want to remove this response here, and firstly what we want to do, we want to get the ID from the route parameter. So we can get that ID using this thing here, that is const ID equal to request dot params dot ID, like this. And then we can use our normal try catch blocks because we are using async and await. So try catch, and for the error we are simply logging it inside the console for now, because we'll be handling all the errors later in the video. Console log error dot message, like this. And then inside the try block, why not move this ID inside the try block itself? So Control X, Control V.
Put it
and now what I want to
inside
do, I want to get the request body that is coming from the client side. That is, we want to send a request body here in our
They're
request.
using Mongo,
And
I
firstly, we
think.
want to set a header, that is content type to be application JSON. So let's set our header for our request here. So content type would be application JSON, like this.
I don't quite
And we want to
understand what
send
this
a
dude
request
is
body.
doing.
As we send the request here, that is to create a product, we are sending a JSON body here with name and price. And similarly, we want to send a patch
Wait, we
request.
need someone who's
It will
doing
contain-
Mongo, but not Mongoose. Okay, we'll do this. Wait, he says Mongo. Where is it?
in either the name, either the price, or both. So here let's make a body here, and this time what we want to do, we want to change the price of that product, that is this product, that is iMac, because we are targeting this product right now. So I want to change its price to be $19.99. So let's make a JSON body here, that is price to be $19.99. And what I want to do,
These
I
are
want
so
to get this request
simplistic.
body inside our product route. So we can do that very easily. So we can say const updates equal to request.body, like this, because the updates are contained inside request.body, because we are sending this request body here, that contains price to be $19.99.
What I'm
And
doing?
now what we want to do, we want to use async and await. So firstly, let's mark this callback function as async, like this. And then what we can do, we can say const result equal to await product dot find by ID and update.
I don't think I'm understanding
And
what
this
is
is a mongoose
happening
method
here.
that we are going to use, find by ID and update. And if you want, you can use find one and update, where instead of the ID you pass in the query parameter. But here in this video, I'll be telling you about find by ID and update. So let's use that function. And basically this function takes in 3 parameters. Firstly, the ID of the product you want to update. Secondly, the updates itself. And thirdly, an optional parameter, that are options. So firstly, we are only going to pass in the ID and updates, and later on in the video we'll be talking about the options. So let's pass in the ID here, that is the ID of the product we want to update. And secondly, The second parameter is the updates parameter. So we can pass the updates like this, and then we can simply send back the result to the client. So response.send result. And it's as simple as this. And now let's go to our REST client and let's see if we are able to update the product. So let's go to our REST client here. And currently we have this product here, that is iMac, price $17.99. And now let's make a patch request to this route. So let me click
He's
on send
clicking
request
something
here.
that I don't know what it is.
And we see here
How is he doing
that we are
that? Where do
getting
I have
this
one?
product back.
I don't watch
That
it
is
anymore. Rude. How about this one? Coding with Al.
So alright guys, today we're gonna talk about the find one and update method. I'm gonna leave comment here, so I will say we're gonna talk about find one and update method. So this method is used to update data. So let's go back to database. So I created two users right here, you can see. So we have two users. So let's say I want to update the first user. So in order to update first user, so I need to find that user. So based on her name, first name, last name, or age. So I'm gonna find this user based on first name, and I'm gonna update all information. So to do that, right here you can see we have data is different. So let's go back to code editor. Right here I'm gonna bring user collection.
Code editor. I love it.
Use find
Wait,
one
what are you doing?
and
How do I get
update
that?
method. Find one and update method. Find one update method takes three arguments. First one is the first argument defines the condition. I mean, which can based on what condition we're gonna find one user. So first one condition defines how we can find this user. So let's say we're gonna find the user based on first name, which will be Medina.
But they
And then
keep doing
second
specific
option
stuff. We're not looking for
what
specific
data
stuff.
we're gonna
As in not
replace
like
with.
hard coded, you
So
know?
what information we're gonna update. So second argument defines the information, so updated information. So we're gonna update first name to Alex, and age, we're gonna set age, let's say 18, and then third argument defines callback function. It's gonna take one argument, which is error. And right here, so I'm gonna check if there is an error. So I'm gonna log this error to the console.
Wish I said that. Error
So
like
else
that. Error.
means we successfully updated the user.
You know what?
So
I feel like I'm close. I'm wait. Lost it. There we go. But maybe it has to look exactly the same? Do you think this find one and update is even going to be populating the form? What? Confusion. Find one and update. Java, no, MongoDB. Python MongoDB. Update underscore one. Oh, I didn't ever turn back on the music, sorry. An atomic update operation against one or more documents. They should not have that comma or the apostrophe there. Returns the number of modified documents in its response. Processing as well as retrieving the content. Oh, retrieving the content. I like that. The state returned depends on the value of the new option as past the operation. Wait, what? True, the modified document is returned. False, it is returned before any modification. It seems that this is the one we want. I think the issue here is I just need to make this the same as this one, but like obviously with different inputs. We want it to populate and then we change it. Sorry. Wow. What do you mean? So like, if you look at this one, it's grabbing that and it's grabbing all the associated data. And then this is, I just want it to be able to insert this data as new data, which is what the original object is, in case it changed, was the idea. This wouldn't be a different kind of post request, right? It would be a put request, right? Right? Because I know, so like when this returned, we had to return the search results. But like the original thing should be a put or a post. Doesn't matter. No, probably. Anyway, so the original one returns, says this. Search query results being defined as what? Anyway, and then it just returns the word input and the translation input. Post is creating a new entity, put a patch is modifying existing one. So that makes sense why we would use put slash patch. Patch. What am I saying here? Oh, right there, I guess. Result ID. I wonder if partially why this isn't working is because I haven't like put it here or something. So when it's returning it, maybe we'll put that or something. I still want to define what search query results are though. I know I have it somewhere. Search query results there. Data. Let's put this back. Because maybe this will be useful to us. I don't know if that's right. It probably isn't, TBH. But if having that, now we have access to search query results and the data. And then we could do this. Like this. Copy it. Yes, maybe. I'm gonna steal it. Right. And then within the UL, like right here, we wouldn't have a UL. We would just say for the form, right? Which has a section wrapper. Stop it, stop it. I don't think we need that. I'm gonna try this. Steal the form. Thank you. Result being from result from where? Where's result from? Or is it, did I bring it in here? I think I did. There you go. The result of search query results. This doesn't even have the right. This isn't even right. Put. Oh no, that's because I just copied this in here. I was gonna be like, what? Alright. I don't need a UL. Wait, why? Oh, what did you realize? You don't need to. I'm gonna do result dot respective thing. Result dot. Okay. Break. I feel like I'm on the right track. Maybe. I like your little emojis for you, or emoticons, or whatever they're called. How's that going? Are you still working on it? Them? Right, I'm gonna put my shield my eyes from the screen and look away from the screen for 20 seconds. Probably 20 seconds. I really should look at the starting time. Oh, look at all of your nice little... What are they called? Are they emoticons or emojis? They're so beautiful. I love them. Emotes. What is the difference between an emoji, emoticon, and emote? Is it because it's supposed to be emotion? Color matching needs work? What do you mean? They look fine to me. Emoticon is a combination of ASCII characters. Kamoji usually includes Japanese characters. So it has to be like written. Emoji are characters recognized by Unicode with all the faces and stuff. Huh. Twitch emotes are the subscriber rewards that put little images in chats. It should be like emotion indicators, indicative. Huh. How do you know all of that? I don't know very many people who'd be like, yes, I know the distinction between all three of these things. A browser extension called BTTV that enables emotes for free. I did see you've been here since like 2009. I really didn't know it existed until 2020. But what does it mean? It enables emotes for free. No judgment here. I'm curious now. I'm going to look. Ads on themes. Better BTTV. Better TTV. Ooh, interesting. By Sky. Good old PogChamp. No more weeb emotes. What is this word? Never heard of this. Interesting. But Twitch doesn't know. Officially doesn't know anything about this emotes. Oh, sneaky. Interesting. The more you learn. Alright, I'm feeling positively about this. It's gonna happen now that I'm programming into the EJS. Gonna manifest it. I'm gonna write it. Or whatever. I don't actually know what manifesting means. Or I do, but I don't think I'm using it correctly. Oh, they're so cute. Yes. Study, we will get it. My sister texted me, hold up. Here it comes. Pain in the ass, hello. Okay. Let's go. Let's do it, Nike. Just do it. Right, so what were we copying? Result dot word input. Word input. So it looks like I almost completely did it exactly the same. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Oh, I still have this. Lol. Okay. So it'd just be result dot like something like this, but inside of the input, which, how do you do that? You can't put it in the placeholder, right? Can you do like a closing tag and have it be a thing? Well, that is not what I was trying to do, but you know. Like that? Is that a thing? Like that. Submit button. Yeah? No? Maybe? I don't know. I'll make it a thing. I don't think that's how this works, but shh, don't tell anyone. And this one was a little funky. Funky. Audio input. It's just audio input. I mean, but can you do a closing tag on input? Regardless of the EJS. Hold up, what am I doing here? This is not... Okay. We'll think about it later. Result. Example, input. It refuses it? Cannot be a thing? Like if I want to put text already in the box? In value. Alright. Alright. Okay, we'll try it. I didn't know that. Thank you. I don't think I need to do the EJS, probably, right? You just do this? Maybe? I think. Oops, I did it bad. I think yes. I'm just grabbing it, maybe. I don't know. Except it's supposed to be called audio input. Yes. Copy that. Copy that. Nope, that did not. You do need it? Them? You do need them? Even if it's just the value? Word input. Okay. It's unfortunate, but okay. think I'm doing that right. I wonder if you need to do the space, if that matters. Probably not. I have to get rid of this now that I know. We don't need those. And this one's... Okay. Maybe this will work. Maybe. Oops, I just completely got rid of it. Good for me. Right, well. In theory, this should work. It hasn't crashed, which bodes well for us. But that is not feeling happy, is it? This looks new, though. Damn. Search query results not defined. We did define them, though. I thought we defined them in the server. Here. Maybe we can't do that. That would be very unfortunate, wouldn't it? It's just basically supposed to make it so you can put in like variables or whatever into your HTML. So I put in the, like, here it is in the code that it's supposed to be connected to, right? Huh. Since, I don't know. Since this is here, it should mean something, and then... How does it get the data back? In theory, because it has access to this, it can just bring it right in since it has these conditions, and that is also bringing in the data based on this you find like here. This is all part of that request. Ooh. Oh look, now it stopped working, didn't it? It's not defined. Hold up, what is this? Res.render up update input. Why does Twitch it? I wonder if it, like, I went down for a second, but it says I've been live for 5 hours and like 40 minutes, so I don't know why. That's really weird. Damn. still is a problem, even though I did this thing. Twitch has been weird today, giving some people ridiculous amounts of commercials, not like loading very well with 60 FPS, or some people telling you that I just went live when I've been live for forever. What the fuck? That's what I have to say about this. I feel like this should work. I feel like I'm brilliant and this should work. Okay, I'm making a little bit of a jump there, but it should work. It should say I'm feeling positively about this and I understand exactly what your intentions are, and I'm just gonna work with that. I'm not having too much fun twisting around in my chair. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean you can't twist around in a chair, just saying. Even though on like one side the handle doesn't bonk, but the other side it does, on the bottom of my brain is pan-fried. You are not wrong. I'll probably be done after this last 13 minutes, but I have been going for like almost 6 hours. Good God. Oh, stupid update. I'm just gonna like strangle my chair. Tell me why. Damn, we get copyright. What is it called? Like, oh, you said a copyright thing. I don't know. Ain't nothing but a heartache. It's a good song. Great karaoke song. Points at the code. Ain't nothing but some mistakes. Tell me why I never wanna see you say the code doesn't. No, I have to make this work better. Your code sucks anyway. Not my finest work, but I'll take it. No, there's a better way to say that. This is what my brain's doing at this point. It's like, I don't even fucking know. So come up with a parody of this song. It would be a good song. I think it would catch on. Especially with coders who are like, yeah, this, what the hell? Straight up, all I can think about right now is like what that line should be in the parody. Does anyone know what the fuck is happening here? Why is this find one and update not working when I'm so fantastically coded it and have no mistakes? Also, I think I have like an eyelash in my eye, so that's good. That's how it goes. You know how it goes. I just don't know how to... It's right here. It's right there. It's waiting for you to take it by the hand. To accept the data. I think it might not be working. Sorry. Man, I just keep like itching my nose and making y'all deaf. Is because of the put request, possibly? Like, it's like, hell no, this isn't a get request. Fuck off. That's not how this works. Like, maybe I only can have this. Even though I want this. Where am I getting this original search results? No, this is what I'm setting it equal to. It makes sense. It makes sense. Do you ever like get really fatalistic when you're coding? You're like, I'll never figure it out. Never, never. You know? That's how I feel right now. I'm like, never figure it out. Never update the page. It's okay. I think I'll get it someday. I don't think today is that day though. Usually you just lower your expectations until you're already done. So what should my expectations be at this point? Of course it isn't working. I didn't plan for it to. I don't know. I just feel like normally when things don't make sense, I'm like just not crashing. Normally when things don't make sense, I'm like, yeah, this isn't gonna work. I don't even know what's happening. But I feel like this makes sense. I feel like it did it right, and that's why I expect it to work. And it's not giving me any errors. And I know what the problem is, I just don't know how to fix it. Alright, so how to get rec.body and find one and update. This is what we're looking up now. This is our life now. Just close all the 50 million pages I have open right now. All of them. So many. Alright, what was I saying? How to get rec.body body and find one and update. Sweet. Okay. You ready for it? Beautiful. 4 years. No, stop. Stop it. Don't do that. I know it's using schemas. It's using mongoose. Everybody scream. This is the thing we want it to do. Fucking schemas. Fucking schemas might be what we need. We're all already basically doing it. Thank you for the scream. This is a get ID I know by using find by ID and it's working. That's what I thought. Person whose name I couldn't find. We don't need find by ID though. We need something else. We need update. Look at this. Educer. Rec.body educer. Educer. What is it? Oh my gosh. ID user. Oh my goodness. Educer. I'm gonna say it from now on. It's like Medusa, but like coding style. Educer. And update is rec.body. And those are the educer is the first one. The one that we already had. Update is the one we want it to be. And then there's the error. And then it does some error shit. And we don't really care about the error shit. Route's not 100% sure about this. Retweet. My life. That's my life. Okay, but if you're not sure, I'm not sure. This person's like, what? This person's like, obviously, that's what I'm asking. Body parsers deprecated. Motherfucker. It's okay. I'm a little cranky. I've been going for like 6 hours. Okay. Educer. Incoming data. Yeah, apparently old Stack Overflow things are deprecated. But look, he says educer. What? Nobody knows, okay? It was 4 years ago. Does that make you happy? Does that make you happy? Probably not. It probably doesn't make you happy. But like, look, he's saying this word that we loved, which I lost it. I'm sorry. There it is. Isn't that useful maybe? To us, maybe? But this is find. Eruser? Eruser? I would like to use that in my application now. Goodbye, Stack Overflow. Thanks for nothing. Breaking up. Actually, I've never found Stack Overflow useful. I've looked at it a fuck ton, but like, I don't know. What is it? And I'm not looking at this. It's being tricky and I don't understand it. Oh, it's too small. Wait, the document can't change between when it finds a document and applies the update. Well, then when... Mongoose. I'm about to choke a mongoose. I'm telling you. I'm gonna choke a mongoose. Poor mongoose. Never did anything to me. They didn't choose to be named after a database method thing. Schema. But they're hard coding. I don't need hard coding. I will tell you. Mongoose, fuck off. I didn't use it, okay? Now it's my fault. I didn't sign up for these problems. But I did, for not using Mongoose. Cool. Nice. Definitely reading it. We have this. We have. Haha, me too, Wheels of Steel. Right, well, look, I think we did it correctly. As always. Fuck Mongoose. I'm bitter now, because I have to change everything if I use Mongoose. The reason I didn't use Mongoose is because I feel like I would have had to MVC this shit, and I wasn't ready for that because I didn't understand the back end well enough, and now I'm here and I kind of do, and regret. There are regrets. No regrets, everyone. No regrets. Have y'all seen that cake? Or tattoo or whatever? Bruh, we got it. The problem is this. You don't got it. Nice story, Ruthie. This from 17, is that too far? No regrets. Yes, exactly. What? Yes, it does. It has it right here. Which is where I'm trying to tack on this to get the data. So this is the sitch. Got our put request. It's grabbing this, which worked in the above get request, so I thought it would work. And then I'm trying to replace it with this, because we're trying to stick it into an input document, which is right here. And then the search query results are supposed to apply here. What's happening up here? Oh, I didn't do this very well, did I? Y'all. Hold up. It's ugly, it's bad. Nobody look at it. Okay, it's fine. I'm over it now. There you go. Anyway, but I'm like grabbing the result defined here. The problem is this won't run because it's not getting the search query results from here for reasons unbeknownst to me. So that's it. That's where I am. Ooh. All right. Why did it do that? How silly. Five minutes away from 6 hours, y'all. Alright, we gotta look away from the screen for 20 seconds. Everyone do it. It's 3:20. Okay. Sorry for bonking the mic. Looking away, I'm looking away. I'm like looking away and bonking my headphones all over the place. So much bonk. Wow. Have y'all seen the parrot that bonks things? It's great. Y'all should watch it. It's on Instagram. Or probably TikTok or something. They like bonk like a orange against the table. Alright, it's definitely been 20 seconds. Might as well do 12 hours. 12 hours of looking away from the screen? Is that what we're saying? Or 12 hours of bird videos? Because, like, yeah. You want me to be healthy? But I haven't figured it out. We're 6 hours in and I haven't figured it out. Also, I don't get to sleep 12 hours, y'all. I have to get up at 6. This is upsetting to me because I normally get up at like 8:30. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. I feel like I'm listening to like wedding or funeral music right now. What do you guys think? LOL. I think that's my favorite thing you've said so far, Zappa. That was silly. How's everyone's night, day, or whatever sort of time of the day it is going? Better than this, hopefully. This is. Hopefully. Watching automated sewing machine. What? 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 That is not what I expected you to say. Also, y'all, why is 3D printing so cool? I don't get it. Like, I understand that it does the printing, but like, why is that cool? Why is that cool? 3D printing like organs is cool. Using like cells and stuff. It's pretty cool. Ah, that explains everything. It's because 3D printing. Yes. Be quiet. Shh, be quiet. Be quiet. Also, NFTs are a scam, I think. I know that is not at all what we're talking about or doing, but I just think they are. Here, you have the digital rights to something that everyone else can copy into their computer, and they don't care if you have the digital rights for. Right? At least with like a piece of in-person art, while you can copy it, like, you know if it's like the real thing. What does that mean, trying to flood a bunch of NFTs? Anyway, does anyone know what to do here? I'm at a loss. Cue Bernie meme. I'm now asking for you for help. He was procedurally generating a bunch of card art that he would mint. He's trying to get money? 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 Mint is a funny word as a verb. Funny verb. Man, y'all. Zappa's right. My brain is shot. If y'all don't know what to do here, I don't know what to do here. We just save it for another day and we can rate somebody. I've been doing that lately. It's so nice to rate somebody. I rated someone last time. They were like, I never thought I would ever get rated. I wish I knew what these emotes were. I have to like hover over them every time. Ah, now I know what it is. Alright, y'all. Anyone have any suggestions as to who you want to rate? It has to be in science or technology. Programming, how about? We could raid should we raid Port Swinger Web Security Academy Study? He only has one person watching. Let's do it. Alright, y'all. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Come back next time when we hopefully figure this shit out. Have a good night or day, whatever time of the day it is for you. I appreciate you. Alright, let's go raid.
So that's resolved. Let's go back.